I heard on the radio the other day, Google announced they were seeking out 460 acres on the southeast side of Indianapolis. So I'm assuming the Googles,
We're the one doing that one.
yeah, but I'm assuming now they're
I
doing
know.
Shelbyville. Because they were talking about southeast side of Indianapolis. And they specifically said.
I know.
Okay, guys, we're going to start in 1 minute, so everybody kind of get to their seats and let's get started so we won't get behind right off the bat.
Where's the agenda that, we got stuff to do that doesn't have anything to do with the budget.
Yeah.
We got a public hearing in
Well,
1
you
minute.
just think about it.
Mary's on high stress alert.
Well, it's an all day.
You look like you're on high stress alert.
I want to, let's get her done.
You're done.
Yeah.
Still takes 8 hours, 6 to 8 hours.
I move we cut everybody 10%, let's go home.
I wonder if we're allowed to like.
Okay, it is 8
Say your
o'clock.
own.
The
Say, here's your budget.
recording is running, and everybody stand for the pledge and we'll get started. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I can't even see where she's got it.
Mary,
Yeah.
could I just start off with, I gave you a copy of the sheet that we've been working with.
We're gonna do a public hearing first. We've got to do this little
Oh,
bit
oh,
of
oh,
business first.
Okay.
And then you sure can.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah. We have a public hearing for additional appropriations, and there should be a handout in your packet for that.
We can't hear you down here.
Sorry. Okay. All right. Does anybody have any questions? We're going to open the public hearing for additional appropriations listed for Fund 1176, MVH 70,000, Fund 1237, opioid restricted appropriated cash 627, 50371. Fund 1238, opioid unrestricted appropriated cash, 180,543.41, and a 9-star trust grant. Fund 9110, public defender, $500. So do we have any comments from the gallery? None said. Is there any questions or comments from the council?
Are you just doing the
I'm doing it.
highway?
No.
I'm doing them all if I can.
Oh,
Yep.
Yeah, I read them all in, so if there's any questions on these 4 items, council?
Close the hearing. and-
No, then I'll close the hearing and wait for a motion.
I move we accept the additional appropriations for Fund 1176, 1237, 1238, and 9110.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, we got that out of the way. That was huge. Now we're ready for the budget.
oh, okay.
Well, we could do the action items.
Oh, well, you're right, we can do.
Well,
Because we can't start the budget till 8:30.
yeah, well,
But
yeah, we can. But, yeah, we can go ahead and do the action items. So if we want to go through and do the minutes for the June 11th meeting.
Oh, wait, I wasn't here.
I'll make a motion.
I was at a funeral. I can't move.
To approve the minutes for June 11th, 2025.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Auditor business?
I think really the only auditor business that we have is basically that budget transfer, and then we needed to discuss possible additional appropriation for senior services. That was the 400,000, I have here. Additional appropriation based on average monthly bill for, that senior services. That's what we're talking about here, on the 600,000?
Well, that's
What?
for a total.
Yeah.
Do we need a motion on the senior services?
For the budget transfer, yes.
I'll
Definitely.
move that we do that.
So the additional appropriation is from where?
Food and beverage.
It's a budget transfer, right? Not a,
Food,
No, it's an appropriation.
then we did.
No. There's two different things. I'm sorry, Mary. I need an approval for the budget transfer of $19,000 in food and beverage for senior services, but then we're gonna have a need to finish out the year. That's two separate things, sorry.
okay, I second Jim's motion to move the 19,000 in food and beverage for senior services.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. So then you're asking for us to just
And a thumbs up for the,
advertise an additional, for an additional
And that's in food and beverage.
in food and beverage.
okay.
Okay, so thumbs up for everyone that's,
Everyone okay with that?
And Mary, could we just say that we have all reviewed the fund balances and that they were all good?
yes,
Okay,
if that's the case.
put that in the minutes, please.
Take care of that, take care of that, take care of that. Okay, is there any other business that needs to be discussed before we start the budget process itself?
Do you
Okay,
want to talk about Jim's sheet, or do you want to wait for the budget on that?
We can talk about it.
Let's talk about Jim's sheet.
you want to highlight this handout you,
Yeah, just the sheet there, just showing what we've been looking at before as the target for reduction today is $1,110,076 to meet our goal of the revenue increase versus the requests for the 26 budget. So we just, during the day, if we can reduce the budget request by that much, we'll be in balance, I think. Do you agree, Robin?
I believe so.
okay,
That's not what happened.
here are these,
Whoops, I'm sorry, Mary.
and
Maybe
handout.
some of it.
Hand out that direction. The auditor's office put together what I'm handing out, a bullet point of what the council voted on and approved for raises and insurance and other things within the budget. So I'm just giving this to all of us as a reminder that what we had voted on and agreed to was department heads of 3%, elected officials 1,500 with the additional 3%, with exclusion of the council, the commissioners, and the coroner. And so that is what this is exactly what was given to all of the departments to follow. If you worked through your budget, you'll see that some of them don't line up. So just kind of keep this in the back of your head, so when we get to those, we can remember what our recommendations were. I guess we need to wait till 8:30 for the assessor to start.
Well, can I say something?
We can do the council stuff.
We did the council stuff.
No, he means
He's
the
talking about
council budget.
He's talking about the budget.
Oh,
Let's-
no, a little different for me this time, because I've done this 13 times now. Over the course of the last 13 times, a lot of these line items have just gotten bumped and bumped and bumped and bumped and bumped and bumped. And we've never really said, okay, why are we giving you $8,000 when you used $4,000 last year? And I think on a lot of these, and there's a lot, I mean, every department we ought to start cutting those back. If they didn't use it, then instead of just leaving that in there because it's a small number, I think we ought to take a couple thousand, 1,000 here, a couple thousand there, 4 or 5,000 there, back out of these line items. Even at the end of the day, if it only equals $100,000, I think we ought to kind of reset. Because I'm looking at people with office supplies, $8,000, and last year they used 4,000. So in 1 year, they're going to double the amount they used? I don't believe so. And I think in every budget, there's some.
And Mary gave us an email with the.
Yes, the ones that didn't use any of it.
Yeah.
And so I think we just ought to be, cut them back some. And then if there's an issue, specific issues come in later on, but it's not following true.
And also, the CCD fund is way, way, way over. The requests are like 5 million versus the amount of money that goes in there. Each year is about 2 million. So I would recommend as we go through each department, we also look at their CCD requests.
Yeah, I have,
Okay.
I have the breakdown of all the CCD by offices.
Yeah.
That we can review and see exactly what the request was for.
Yep.
Keep in mind on those line items that Kent mentioned, that when this book was printed at the end of May, that balance that's there is still including what will be needed to go to the end of the year. So it's just kind of keep that in, that we don't
Right.
wipe it all out. That-
No. I was just saying pare them back. I mean, I'm just looking at the very first page, and there's a line item for office supplies, and it says in last year they used
2024, yeah.
Yeah, they used $4,100, and this year they're asking for 8,000.
They've asked for 8,000 every year.
Yeah, so why don't we make it 6,000? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think
and get
it's-
closer to the real number.
It's just getting them to explain to us what the need is there for.
Or why the need's gonna double.
Yes.
Yeah, in 1 year.
Yes.
When it hasn't for the last 10 years.
I agree with you 100%, because I've got some people that are just taking 10% off of their entire budget. Because they're really, we're a little bit better off this year than most, because our income is going to go up.
Yeah.
But the answer is, that's, again, that additional credit's gonna hurt.
Yeah.
Kind of on the good side, just a good sign. I don't know if you actually looked at the fund balances after we got the first hit of property taxes. Our general fund balance is right back up where it started depleting. We didn't deplete it in the first 6 months. That's good.
Are these clerk additions, or what did the clerk do? They screwed up?
Those were changes, no corrections.
So they made mistakes, all right, and they added a lot more money.
And I talked to her yesterday, she's gonna make the change on her salary. She did it backwards, and
Yeah.
she's gonna correct
Oh, yeah,
that.
she asked for too much money, too.
Yeah.
It's like-
Well, she
Like
just,
$50 or something.
Yeah, I got it. She asked for
Well, what-
73,778 when it should be 73,733.
yeah.
And
What-
a lot of people made that mistake. They couldn't calculate it right.
Yeah, what she did, she just added the 1,500 and then the 3% on that, and that was backwards
And I
of
think
how
we'll
we
find
started.
that there's a handful of people that I noticed that did that. And I think that's just a mistake. but-
Did
Not intentional.
Mary or did Robin, did you guys go through and anybody really do the calculations on the 3% and on the personnel?
Yes.
Okay, good, because I started and I got lost on some, because some of it doesn't make sense to me.
Some of
I see
them.
you circle it with a question.
I know,
Yeah.
but it triples the
And
amount of
Kim-
time I had to spend trying to.
Some
go
people
to-
get paid from two different funds, and they didn't, in some cases, they didn't give the raise on one fund, so it means the fund that did get the raise goes over 3%.
So that it just doesn't mean that they were wrong.
But you cannot, the logic behind that doesn't add up, though, because you can't take that person and include the 3% in one place and not the other, and then pay them out of the other, because you can't mix funds. If they're submitting, if they're paid out of 3 funds, then those 3 individual amounts should have been calculated within that fund, that 3%.
Well, and if they would all do the summary, most did, but not everybody did. The summary is very helpful because it's got every one that they're paid out of in the total.
Right.
So we don't have to go through and add it all up. That's a lot with all we have. So anybody that didn't do the summary today, we
Except the first
should
one,
do
I
it
think.
next time. Please do that.
And if we're waiting, the senior services is not in here, as well as the fund that we are funding this year, the probation office. We're doing that from food and beverage, and those two we had hoped would get folded into the general fund, but it really can't. So the proposal is on the senior services that we set up a separate fund for senior services. The auditor said it's already set up, and we would just need to put money in it. Then the senior services would be paid out of that fund. It wouldn't be general fund. And the
think it's-
money coming back in will go to that fund, and we'll be able to see
Right,
what's
for
going
tracking
on.
purposes. It's a great idea, I think.
We're recommending that we do that. And probation, Robin and I met with Josh, and he's saying that the money needed again in 26 will be at least as much as 25, which is 150 to 200,000 to supplement his funds. So we'll need to set that up in the food and beverage.
Is that down here? What was that about, food and beverage?
Setting up the
The
funds.
probation, didn't we set that up in food and beverage for this year,
I don't know
25?
about this year, but we are this.
And senior services, didn't we set up a fund for senior services in food and beverage?
You mean a line?
Yes.
And Mary, you and I talked about the senior services, I believe, rather than having it in food and beverage, we would set up a separate fund.
Yes, we will have to put cash in it since the senior service reimbursement
Right.
is not 100% anymore.
Well, we can just move it from food and beverage to that fund.
So we may want to put 300,000 in it, maybe
For,
26
okay,
for senior services.
okay,
Um,
at least, that might get us through, what, a third or half of the year, maybe?
Was he, how much did he say?
Well, hopefully,
So maybe like 450.
I think our
Hopefully
ask
it'll
was
be
for
150.
4 based on the monthly bills that we get, right? 400,000 is what we
That's
need.
the additional.
That's the
And
additional that we
they're-
need.
they're more than-
Or Robin, you're thinking we put the
Oh.
whole 600 in and,
yes, we could, and if we see we don't need it, we can put it back in food and
would-
beverage, I guess.
it would stay in the fund.
Yeah, because you never know when the reimbursements are gonna come.
Yeah, and Greenfield is supposed to pay 150 of it, but
Right.
they haven't yet.
What number did we commit to? We commit to a solid number, or is it billing comes in and it will fluctuate?
We're just talking,
We already had that
thinking maybe
established, then
we
we
just
moved it.
put
We didn't want to.
600,000 in that fund to start with. And then we'll work with, that's the absolute maximum, the way I understand it. Now, Gary Poole is the one that has been working with senior services. The 600,000 total was what he said we needed for 25. I've heard nothing from him about 26, but I'm assuming it's the
That's where the
same.
numbers are coming from.
Yeah,
I didn't know if it was something that we never could predict, but you're saying
senior
600,000 should be about the max.
Because you don't want to do what we do.
Hopefully, that
I know.
if Greenfield gives their part and we get our reimbursements, at the end, it should hopefully only cost us around 150,000 or so. But in the meantime, we have to pay it.
Yeah. And then the reimbursement money will go back into
that
food and
fund.
beverage?
No, it would go back into that fund. It would be a self-perpetuating.
But
I don't want to just
is
cut it from
it
600
a
to
line
0.
item
You know what I'm
though
saying?
within
So we got to go
food and
slowly.
beverage?
So
I
they
thought
don't
that's
build
what
up.
you talked
You know,
about.
fund
No,
things
it
are-
has nothing to do with food and beverage. It'll be its own fund, be a
So
new
you can track
fund.
it. Deb can, a lot
We
easier for
might get
her
by
to
this year
track.
a little bit.
But yeah, we
I
had
mean,
that
if you
fund
guys are
established, then we
interested,
moved, it'd be nice to move it
Craig,
back
in the
and
future,
make sure it's
KDU,
funded so we're not negative all the
The
time.
senior
It's an unfunded.
So FSG is recommending that we do it this way too.
Half the stuff.
So we could vote on that if you want to.
Is that accurate that at the end of the day, it should only cost the county?
Approximately.
It's a reimbursable fund.
Well,
If
we're
it-
not there yet. We don't
No,
know.
so we don't know. We're gonna get back what we
At the end of the day,
spend,
what is the
but-
county supposed to be out of pocket on senior services after reimbursement?
150.
Cause that's where they're at on the reimbursement now, it's 50%.
Yes,
So
they're only-
50% of whatever the bill is, and we don't know what those bills are. They're averaging about 50,000 a month. So that's,
So 300,000, and then
Greenfield gives us 150.
they haven't, but
no.
somebody said
They're
they
supposed
would,
to.
right? So
Yeah.
that's where we get to the 150?
Well,
Okay.
Yeah.
it's an unfunded, like Kent was saying, it's an unfunded.
Liability.
And so.
There's
in the-
nothing we can do about it. We gotta fund it somehow.
Yeah, and
You know
in
what
the
I mean?
future, it could be tough with budget, with SB1 and everything, that we may have to, I don't want to see us cut it from 600 to 0. I want to see us, if we have to, start cutting it slowly.
And this would put it in its own fund so we can watch it. Every month when we go through the fund balances, we'll
It's just
see
more
it.
transparent.
So we can tell what's going
In
on.
and
We can
out.
see the reimbursements.
If
when
we
they come
would,
in.
if somehow get by with only $150,000, we ought to jump up and down and have a celebration.
Yeah.
We'll,
That's
we'll,
our
we'll
hope.
do that at your, trash office.
Yeah.
Trash office.
Yeah, we'll have a senior
We'll have a
services
celebration.
party. Because I,
He's a sanitation engineer.
Got a nice office, I've been in there.
He's the CEO, sanitation engineer.
Yes, treat him with respect.
So what, do we need a motion
Are
to
you
set that
wanting
up?
a motion today? Is that what you're saying?
So what our ask for today, for 2025, is a thumbs up. Oh, did
We
they?
did that.
Okay, so,
Right now, we're
We're talking
working
about
on
2026.
26.
oh, I didn't know we were on 2026 yet.
Yeah,
We're not.
26.
We're
We are,
supposed
but
to
we're
be
not.
just talking.
No.
We're just talking.
we're entertaining the
Down on the
YouTube
budget
audience.
for it. Where's it at?
If this conversation is finished,
I'd like to make a motion that we set up a separate fund for senior services and fund it with $600,000 for 2026.
fund that from where?
General fund, money, balance.
Okay, we have a motion. Did you
Second.
guys catch
I
it?
didn't get the whole motion. It's to set up a separate fund.
But we
Did
already,
you mention a dollar amount?
600,000
From general,
from the general fund for
2026.
2026? Yes, and
second.
we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right.
Assessor's here.
The assessor's here, so we'll go ahead and get started unless somebody has something else they want to talk about for 8 minutes.
Move we adjourn.
what's wrong?
I'm not seconding it. I'm not.
Now then, I want you just to go.
No, he's fine. He's doing all right. That was,
Where's your
that was
little
good.
gavel?
That was good.
Now, where's my,
That was a good one, man.
I'm going to scoot this down here.
First, the problem is if you adjourn, that you're accepting everything, so I'm not.
All right, Cindy, you want to
You're right, I
come up?
repeat my motion.
Can we start this yet?
Are you saying that we should not?
Is this a hearing?
It's not a hearing, is it? Is it a public hearing?
No, it's not a public
Okay,
hearing.
we're good to go.
It's not a hearing.
Sorry.
Yeah, we just had a.
We're just, or ahead of schedule, and let's keep it that way maybe.
Yeah.
Amen.
All right.
It won't last.
No, it never does.
It doesn't.
I had questions right off the bat.
Okay.
Trying to, the deputy line item is well above the 3% that we had put out there for all the offices. I calculated it at 191,676, and you have it at 197,210. Double check my math. Yes, 191,676 is what I came up with, instead of 197,210. You have a explanation as to why your number is what it is?
No, because I thought I've stayed within the 3% total.
Well, I think some of the difference was on reassessment. You have a real estate assistant in there, and they only received a 0.17%.
We're talking about just the general fund right now, and like what Robin said is, it's overvalued for the deputies, but if you go to your reassessment line, you only increased, and it's about the same amount of money, $196,000, but you only increased it by $325.
If I can interject, what I figured was that she was including the deputy line, I might be wrong, was that she was including the stipends. And that's how she got to that number.
You're talking about the
Level certification.
certification
Yes, yeah,
levels?
Yeah.
You can't
I don't think
calculate
so.
the 3% on the level certifications. Those are set by
They're in
statute.
different, they're not in general fund either.
Oh, they're not in the general fund? Okay.
Yeah, they're set by statute.
Okay. I didn't see them
So,
though.
if you look at your
Oh, there they are.
reassessment total, like Robin said, it only increased by $325.
But I think her totals for people was less than 3%.
Yeah, it was 2.44 altogether.
Yeah.
With all, because that's what we look at,
But-
the salaries for the
But
employees.
you can't spend funds. She can't put the raise in the general fund and employee be paid out of the reassessment fund. Is that correct?
No, gosh. Tons of offices do that.
I'm asking Mary, and is it okay that she put the raise in the general fund for these employees in the reassessment fund? Or should she have calculated the 3% in the reassessment fund?
I mean, I have employees paid out of my transfer fee fund and out of the general fund, so, I'm not quite sure what you're asking. It's allowable. Is it what you want for the raises? I don't know.
There won't be any money moving around. I mean, those other funds have to be able to sustain whatever increases applied to them on their own. But 3%.
Have to have your payroll program match it.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I mean, we don't just arbitrarily pay it. I'm just saying, yeah, we have an employee that's paid out of two different funds.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
not
know
arguing
what-
that point, that they're
Yeah.
paid out two funds.
What
I'm
she's
just,
talking about, I believe, is the total raises in the general fund, not in the reassessment fund. So that would not be 50-50. If you calculate it according to the appropriation, it might end up to be 56-44. So you would have to adjust that in your payroll program. Otherwise, you take the increase, split it between, keep 50-50.
I totally get that.
Okay.
I'm not sure how I calculated mine. I think I took my overall, from my, the salary ordinance, I took that total minus my stipends, and then I did 3% on all my employees'
split
overall
50. Yeah.
total, and then I split it out that way. That's how I did it, so I don't know.
Yeah, I did not give everybody the same amount of raise. There were some that really stepped up to the job and took on more responsibility, and they probably fell in that reassessment fund.
well, my main concern is that the overall raise equates to 3%, and it's higher than that in the
Yeah.
general fund, and it's lower than that in the reassessment fund. But if you combine the two and calculate 3%,
Actually, it's
Hey, I was wondering if you
2.44.
did you add your level certification in your
No,
total
those-
salary and
that's-
then
that's
give it
on top of
3%?
it wasn't.
Okay,
It wasn't.
because I couldn't figure out.
Yeah, so you didn't use the entire
I
3%
guess
then.
you want to come, shouldn't the funds?
You did not use the total 3% that you could have
That's
went
what
up
she
to
said. You
then.
could
I know.
combine
was
the two.
close.
As long as it's 3% at the end, it's fine.
Your summary says
Right now, it's
2.44,
2.4.
but then has all the employees on it. Which, those summaries are very helpful.
Okay, and
1,000.
just like I said earlier, let's run through this real quick here with office supplies, 8,000, and it says in 24, it's used 4,000. Fuel was 2,000, says in 24, last year used 613. Operating supplies was 2,000. It doesn't even have a figure. I'm assuming they didn't use anything out of the line item. Service agreements was 10,000, and they used 4,600. Vehicle expense was 2,000, they used 900. On the training, they got 15,000, and 24, they used 5,000. And it's my opinion, we ought to pare these overages back some. I mean, if they used 5,000 last year and they want 15,000 this year, I don't.
Which line was that on?
You're talking about the sales disclosure, and that's a fee-structured fund, so.
So
if-
that's not general fund?
No, that's not
Okay,
general
you
fund.
guys will have to keep me in track on
Well,
some
that's
of
the
that.
next page, but the first page is general.
Correct.
Okay, so like office supplies, it says you used $4,000 last year, 4,156, and you want 8,000. And I know that's what we put in the budget last year, but what I'm suggesting is all these ones that are over, that's 100% increase. Why don't we pare those back some, like make it 6,000 instead of 8,000? And start paring these back, and then we'll find out as the year goes on and next year how close we can get to actuality rather than just overshooting them.
I think that's fine. Some of these funds we never touch.
Right. And
It's just been historically,
and
they've
I don't
been
want
on
to
there.
delete the fund, but I think we ought to be reasonable in what's there. And then if you do come into an issue, you can come back to us and say, hey, because over the time I've been here, we have just put round numbers just to get it gone. And we need to get closer to real.
I added up, if we reduced office supplies by 3,500, fuel by 1,000, operating supplies by 1,000, postage by 500, service agreements by 5,000, dues and subscriptions by 1,000, meetings, travel and lodging by 500, and vehicle spends by 1,000, that's $13,500.
You have service.
And that's still more than the 2024 spend. That's still leaving them with more than last year's
You
spend.
have service agreements that plug into that $10,000, or was that just a ballpark that you estimated?
That's probably, we're responsible for some of the stuff from Exoft. So that could be part of
I
that.
would say that was probably, the service agreements one may have been, you said 5,000, that may have been too much of a cut.
I think it is because we spent 466 in the.
24, right, so what if we took 2,000 or 3,000 out of that instead of 5,000?
I don't want to start out short right off the bat.
Right, so let's give her the let's take 2,000, that makes your cut $10,000, right? If we take
Yeah,
that
if
from
you knock
5 to 2.
2,000 off, you're at 11,500.
And I probably wouldn't cut the postage at all, because the
Our
more-
postage last year was horrible.
The more people that move into the community receives these Form 11 notifications, which is additional postage. So postage is going to continue to go up as long as our county grows.
Right, Keely, what was your postage thing?
Because I
I
believe we
said take
took,
off 500, but we could just scratch that.
Okay, so now we're at 11,000.
because
And
I think we took money out of part-time and put it over in our postage.
Okay, so let's.
Because we cut our part-time
Right.
money, because we don't ever hire anybody part-time.
And if you still wanted to do 8 out of 10 on service agreements, then that's 2,000. So now I think you're at 10,000.
I think that's reasonable for me.
That's 10 grand out of general.
So do you guys, one of you want to make a
Read
motion?
them.
Can you go back over those numbers so we make sure we have them?
So Keely can make the
Keely,
motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion to reduce the following line items. Reduce office supplies by $3,500. Reduce fuel by 1,000. Reduce operating supplies by 1,000.
You're reducing it that amount, or you're reducing it to that amount?
No, reducing
Reducing
it.
by that, reducing the
that.
request by that
yes.
amount.
Subtractions.
Yeah.
Reducing service agreements by 2,000, reducing dues and subscriptions by 1,000, reducing meeting, travel, and lodging by 500, and reducing vehicle expense by 1,000.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Cindy, did you get?
Okay, and was that out of the county general?
Just
Yeah, it's just
county.
county general.
Yes.
And just so you know, Cindy, we're trying to find these small
Oh, I
savings
know, you gotta-
across
you've gotta have
the
some
whole
money.
day long. So,
Yeah, guess what? We're gonna be
Not a
doing this all
it's
day
nothing
long.
about your department.
All right, well, I hope you guys have a good day. Or do you have?
Oh.
Well,
I
wait,
know,
we
still
got
more. Never mind.
reassessment.
So do we need to now approve County General 1001? Okay, motion to approve Assessors County General 1001 with the changes as previously motioned on.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Was Jim the second on that?
Kent. Then now is 1131.
I move we approve it as written.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Is there anything in 1224, Kent?
Well, the same scenario exists with the office supplies, operating supplies, because it's not showing anything she used in 2024 out of the fund. And then I did the postage is what really escalated, but yeah, I kind of understand what's happening with the postage.
Overall, she's reduced the budget in this fund, and we can't put this on our list of cuts to county general,
Right.
even if we were to reduce it, so that's just a
Okay,
thought there.
so that's fine. I mean, I'm just
I would
trying
just
to be.
ask about the attorney. Was that a one-time, was that a one-time?
I'm deaf.
The attorney
The
fees.
attorney and legal services, was that just a one-time deal, or? Is that a,
Since I've been in the office, we have not used outside counsel.
okay,
Part of our contract with Nexus is we have an attorney that's
Okay.
available for us.
okay, okay.
When my predecessor was in office, she contracted with some outside counsel.
Okay.
So that may be something that could go away.
Maybe we could reduce
know.
it down to 1,000,
You know,
just
I don't
to
know if
keep it
Mary
in
ever-
there.
The only time that I can't remember any time that we did not go forward on an appeal with any attorney other than Maryland Men, which is Nexus Group. But it is there, you said legal services too, and there's been times where we've had to pay for an outside appraisal on a
Yes.
property, on these commercial properties is what drives that bus.
Okay.
So if you think that you may need to get any appraisals done because
Probably I'll leave some there.
well, that's up to you, but that's what I used legal services for, is if I had to pay for an outside appraisal.
She's already cut 3,000.
Yeah, she cut another 3.
Yeah.
Let's just take it,
Well, they'll go to court for us, but they will not provide the appraisal.
right, right. If we cut it to 5,000, if we remove 10, would that give you
That'd be
a
all right.
cushion there to, is that 10, or make it $5,000?
Make it 10, you say?
No, make it 5,
Make it 5.
remove 10.
Okay, so she wants.
And just to make sure everybody understands, this is the reassessment, but it does take property tax dollars from the maximum levy or from the general fund.
Right, yeah, reassessment has its own tax rate.
Has its own tax rate.
Yeah, so that,
Got its own tax rate, but the allocation of the levy falls under your max levy.
Okay,
So all you're doing is putting, it's got a separate tax rate, but you're just taking a penny and putting it over here every time that budget goes up. Okay?
all right, so,
Your total max levy, you know what I mean?
yeah, but if we reduce this, if we reduce that, then the next year that levy goes down, right?
No.
Okay,
So what I'm saying is, if you increase this budget $100,000, it would take $100,000 more from the
general fund, okay.
So yeah.
Property taxes.
So right now it's dropping to 3,000. She has a negative 3,000.
Yeah, but if we drop that another 10, then it's 13,000.
Yeah, which would
Yeah,
Okay.
Which would help the general fund.
Okay.
Stabilize that fund
Okay,
balance.
all right.
The only other things in that fund where there's not really 2024 spend, the mileage, the dues and subscriptions, and again, the supplies.
Did you use,
There were no subscription expenses.
do you have
so-
dues and subscriptions?
She used it from the other fund, dues and subscriptions.
Dues and subscriptions. Yes,
it's
we have to,
okay.
we pay dues to the Assessors Association, and then we have to pay to the International Association.
Can you not take those dues out of training? I know that the training fund has a list of what is acceptable. Could dues and subscriptions come out?
1217, the one that we all share, that Marcia oversees, there's certain things that you can only use for that, and usually it's your office holder and your first deputy to go to places, but not actually pay for things. So if you can use that for some training, but I don't think she can use it for all of her deputies, and they all
They're
have
talking
to go
about the
to that.
sales, the thing that she has labeled as
Oh, I think you're talking
train-
about the 1217 fund, the training fund.
No, well, it's called the training fund, but really what it is the assessor's office gets $5 for every sales disclosure
Sorry, I
reported.
thought you were talking about that other training fund that we can all use.
No,
Thank
no.
you.
The assessor gets $5 and the auditor retains $5. So that training fund just grows and grows and grows. It really probably ought to have a better name that describes what it is, because it's, when I was in there, I bought a car. I bought a new vehicle for the assessor's office to drive out in the field. So it has abilities to absorb, and it's a fund that's just going to keep growing unless you specialize it.
Well, Diana wants a car.
So
We put the dues in the
with that,
I did.
well, with that in mind, like on her mileage, she's got $5,000, actually used 400. I mean, so why don't we cut a 2,000 or 3,000 out of mileage?
Cut it down to 1,000.
down
And the
to
dues and subscriptions.
Even a couple thousand. I think it was, in 2024, it looks like the budget was granted 2,000. I don't know why it went from 2024 to 2025, it went up $3,000. But, and it looks like you're not using it much. So why don't we cut 3,000 out of that? Give her a couple thousand still, what
Most
you
of our
had last year.
conferences now are either they're in Indiana.
Oh, okay.
I'll make a motion on.
A few years ago,
It
they
was
went to
the-
Chicago, and some of them went to Boston, but we don't leave the state, so you
what
could
are you
cut that.
proposing for those new numbers to be?
1224, pass as written, with the exception of line item attorney legal services, which would go to 5,000, mileage to 1,000, dues and subscriptions to 1,000.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I think that is it for you.
Thank you, dear.
That, okay? Thank you.
All right.
Here, I'll add that.
So are you gonna, reassessment fund deductions, when we talked about reducing the budget by $1 million, whatever,
That included,
I
No,
wouldn't.
It would not.
I would not include.
it would not,
those
because it's
numbers,
not, yeah.
It's just sustaining that, helping sustain that fund.
Right.
So we saved about 3, 4,
10,000 in general.
5, 6, 6,500?
No,
Was it more?
18.
Well, we, like Keely pointed out, the reassessment fund
Oh,
is
yeah,
not a cut
yeah,
to
right.
general fund, so.
Should be 10,000 in general.
Yeah,
Then I missed something already. I had 35, 1,000, and 2,000.
35, 1,000, 1,000, 2,000, 1,000,
Wow.
Yeah, we've got it.
500, and 1,000.
We're done, aren't we?
10 grand.
Building, we're already 3
Yeah.
minutes late for building.
Are we all done?
Thank you.
Yes,
All
thank
of
you.
you.
See, we're already
Tammy,
late.
nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Cindy, I
that's-
don't, you probably don't know me.
That's 10,000, you're right.
Go before you lose any more money.
Day, and I,
Thank you.
tedious, but I think we better do it.
Yeah, we're gonna be in the weeds. We just gotta be in the weeds quickly.
Yeah, that kind of was our warm up.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you guys have all your conversations, but when you make a motion, if you could just re-summarize the changes that you made so we make sure we have them, that'd be great.
I do know. Okay.
All right.
You know, Evan.
Morning,
Picking at
Scott.
you a little bit, your fuel line, you didn't use any?
Brand new line.
Yeah, that's a brand new line.
Oh, that's because you've got a vehicle now?
Yeah, we got a vehicle, building department got a vehicle this year.
Okay. So you were using mileage before?
Yeah, before was mileage, so if you look at my budget for mileage was
Guys,
12,000.
while he's talking, let's try not to talk.
The mileage budget for 25 was 12,538. And then, but now I have a CCD fund to pay for the vehicle. So I did reduce the mileage for 26 down to 2,500 because part-time inspector and then myself still, use mileage.
Okay.
And the company vehicles.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the 11,500 that's listed on the CCD budget request says motor vehicles. Is that to lease a vehicle? or
Yes.
That's a lease?
Yes.
Is vehicle expense is what?
Well, that one, I'm honestly not sure, since this is my first go-around having a vehicle for my department. General maintenance, like currently I need tires for that vehicle. It was given to me by another department, so now I got to buy tires. I'm not sure where to even get that from, so I'm just looking in the future for other vehicle maintenance. So I thought I better have some kind of line item in there.
You still reduced everything, but of course the 3% reduced everything, what, $10,000 almost, or $8,000 almost, so.
Right.
I mean,
He went up to.
In the CCD, he had a new CCD item of 11,500.
Yeah, that was the
I know we want to do
vehicle lease.
CCD on each person, so.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I don't know. I'm satisfied with the thing, so I would make a motion, we accept the building department's.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Budget passes.
Thanks.
Thanks,
Made up some
Scott.
time for you today already.
Yeah, we made up what we'd lost a little.
Couldn't get anything. We already took some out.
Okay.
Who's next?
The clerk, Lisa.
Clerk.
We just fell behind.
Oh, there she is.
They didn't cut anything.
We were all somewhat confused, so you may want to walk us through the change and the representation of the change.
Okay. I apologize for finding that so late. So the first change is that I miscalculated the clerk's salary, so it should reduce from 73,778 to 73,733 to be in line with what council suggested for elected officials. Now, what happened on the other is I was looking at my 144 for general and noticed that while on the 2026 salary column, those were the correct numbers, it didn't pull over 7 different salaries in the total amount column. The total amount column for those 7 salaries was the same as the 2025. So that was the reason that it increased quite a bit, because when those numbers pulled over into the total column, it took the 397,475 out of the deputy line to 484,750.
Questions?
Did the total add up to 3%? Did anybody?
No.
No.
I got 26.8%.
We just,
Oh, I don't think.
But that's, yeah, it is. Your increase from last year to this year is going up
Well, we added that
dramatically.
position that she's sharing with the
Correct.
judges to her department. So that's a
Correct.
whole
Why did
new
that go in the
position.
judge's budget?
It actually didn't go into judge's budget. When you approved that magistrate admin position last year, you paid it out of food and beverage for the rest of '25. So it's now coming over into my budget for 2026. So the $47,000 to $50,000 increase to my deputy line is partially because of that new position that was created last year, or this year.
But if we subtract out for that person,
Then my increase before the percentage increase, I believe, is 37 overall, over 12 employees. And there was a proposal, a pre-proposal before the 3% was approved by council too. And so that was a little higher on the proposal than it would have been at the 3%.
what is that? What is that?
I've got, so if you take that person out, I got 13.4% increase.
What is the total percentage of the raise that you gave with all your
So
employees?
I brought them up for their current salary to what they really should be at right now, according to a comparison of all of the other county offices. And then I added the percentage on top of that. But at that point, it was a 5% increase. And so I've recalculated at the 3% increase if you don't approve my original numbers.
So you're saying you should be an exception to the 3% rule that we set forth because your employees are paid dramatically less than this auditor, the recorder, the assessor. Like, we went and looked at each one line by line, we'd be like, oh, wow.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I have two deputies that are at 39.
And there's nobody less than 40 anywhere else?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, she brought two of her employees up from 39
That's the question. She
to
gave a special
48.
Right. There's a good reason to
26,
do
I
it.
think. But those are two employees that make 39,000, which is, I don't think, up to what most people doing their type of job in other offices is.
Correct. And I've had, over the past year, I've had 3 employees who were longer-term employees go to either courts or probation. And so we've really been training very hard over the last year to 2 years to get these new deputies up to standard, and they're doing very well, and I believe that they should be rewarded for their hard work, as the rest of my office for getting them sufficiently trained. We process, of course, you know, all of the court filings as they come in, and I've got 5 ladies that do the court side work, split between all 3 courts, and then plus the magistrate admin, which has made a tremendous difference for the courts work, has added quite a bit coming out of my office.
Okay, so if I subtract out the clerk and subtract out the new position and just look at the increase and everyone in between on this revised 144, it's 13.44%.
That's what I said.
You're right. So is there a different process than this? I mean, if you have employees that are supposedly dramatically underpaid, I feel like that should have, like, I don't know, gone through the commissioners, had an HR review, something before we're here doing this all day.
Well, it's because each year I've abided by what the requested increase has been and stuck to whatever council suggested, and I haven't ever come and asked for an additional increase for employees. And I also, a few years ago, omitted a position. We had 3 ladies in public access and 1 left, and I didn't refill that position. And so, that took quite a bit of money away from our budget as well.
Well, okay, two points of order, not order, but facts. So the numbers are baked into this right now. I don't know if we want to bite all that off in 1 year. If that's something, if you want to bump the thing some and then and go at it like that. 3 to 13 is a large expense or a large jump. I don't know if you want to meet it halfway and then try to get the other half the next year.
Well, maybe,
And give them time to review if between now and the 27 budget, because taking someone from 39 to 48 is a pretty big jump. So I don't know if you want to take them halfway now and then, because if there's a feeling that they're under now, so it wouldn't be that they would be overpaid if you took them halfway there. You know what I mean?
Well, many months ago now, we had month to month a revolving door of people showing up saying, I need more, I need more pay for this person, for that person. And I brought up then that just coming in and us making these decisions went off willy-nilly every single month, person by person, doesn't make a lot of sense to me in terms of approach. And we kind of threw around hypothetically, do you go to the commissioners first? Do we have HR provide some data? Department heads often bring their own data with other counties, but then that's cherry-picked, and we don't have time to even validate that the data that should be there is. So I'm just in general not a fan of making one-off decisions without us having an internal process by which requests are vetted. Where I'm at. Now, I don't care what we do today on this. I'm not saying that, but
I was just trying
as
to
a
find some
practice.
type of compromise.
Yeah.
Rather than just say, no, we're going to just stick to the 3% only, because I kind of hear what the commissioner was saying.
But we
About
do have to
39,000.
remember, usually if they come to us during the year, we say no, because we don't do
Right,
raises
because we
during
can't
the
come
year.
back
Don't, though.
later and
We say yes way more often than we
say
say
no.
no.
Yeah.
And we don't have an unbiased process for vetting them. And that's what I don't like. I want everyone to be paid fairly. And I feel like that won't happen as long as we're making decisions on the spot randomly all the time.
Yeah, and I think everybody should be paid fairly. That's why I think sticking to the 3% is so important, unless you have a special exception. I do have a question. Why is the public access side so much less than the court side? It still is after your new calculations.
Yes, it still is, because the public access side is fulfilling the public access requests. They're not working in Odyssey. They're not accepting e-filing. They're not doing any court-side work. It's fulfilling requests, issuing marriage licenses, and managing the tax warrant side. So they don't do any court work at all.
Okay, but as you heard from Commissioner Spalding, he's concerned that people can't live off $39,000 a year, and yet those people are. That's all the raise is going to.
Well, don't forget, there's a note, you see the note split two funds. So
Okay.
they're also paid $7,000 each out
So
of
they're-
perpetuation.
Okay, so they are
$7,000
equal then.
adds to the general.
So then they are equal.
They're a little
Okay,
more
that was
equal.
my
They're
question.
still less than, but
That's
they're a
not-
little more equal.
still ridiculous.
Yeah,
That's what I
I'm
wanted to
sorry.
get to.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're paid $7,000 each out of perpetuation. So that adds to the general fund budget.
Plus 7,000.
Correct.
Their salary.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your comment.
what
Your
That's
name is
what
on the second one, sure, you could do a summary, so we know what their total is with all the funds. That'd be great.
Okay, so you want me to put that on the floor, because it does say split two funds with 1119, but it doesn't give any exact number, so you'd like to see that. I did, talking about compromise, I went ahead and prepared a new 144 with the increase to get them to where I believe they should be, and a 3%. So would you like to see that reduction?
One fund, but they're paid out of this other fund.
What's her face?
It's hard to track that stuff.
That's why we ask them to fill out
But
those
for
summary
the-
sheets.
For today, you're at
Okay,
purpose- So
Some of us did, some of us didn't.
I'd like to hear what Jim maybe thinks too, because you get Jim's down there, either he can't hear us or he's quiet and not saying anything.
Stuff.
We have to remember too, when you're working with percentages, it's going to
know.
be different.
Right, I
You know.
understand. So do you want to, like,
I have a couple
cut
more
this to
questions.
6 or 8%.
I have a couple more questions. So these 4 deputies that we're all trying to get to the same pay here, have they all worked here the same amount of time?
Yes, those are my new deputies that came in. They've been here less than 2 years.
All 4 have been here less
Correct.
than 2 years.
Correct. Because there was one position that hadn't been filled. So the 3 were the 2 ladies that went up to Superior Court 1 and the 1 lady that went down to probation. And then there was another open spot that, with having so many new employees, I needed to fill. So there were 4 new ones,
And then those 4 people don't get paid out of anywhere except.
other than general, correct.
I guess I'd like to see the total pay of, like you were saying, Robin,
Summaries are helpful.
before I would decide. So I'd like to see this table, I mean, we just got this morning, the change. I'd like to see us table it and have a look at the total pay of everyone.
Okay,
in
so
the
when's
Total
office.
pays right here, isn't it? The
Yeah.
Form 144, with the exception of the 2 public access side positions, which has another $7,000 to.
Yeah.
Is there paid out of is there anything on the other?
Yeah, they're paid
144?
out of a second fund as well. There's an additional amount of money.
Just
that's
those 2 public access positions are paid out of
$7,000 to
perpetuation.
both of those
Okay.
because of the other fund.
And Deb, she said that she had a new 144, which would be important.
Yes. I went ahead and put together a new 144 with just the 3% rather than the original proposed salaries that I think a few of you talked to me about. So that decreases it.
So we have 2 options. We can come up with something. Me personally, the 13 is too high, okay, and do it now, or we can pass the 3% and then modify it between now and the date of the budget time, because we're in July. I think
Yeah.
we still have a month or 2 for this to be finalized.
About a month.
And do it that way, and then maybe come up with some more justifications on why it should go up from 3 to 8 or something like that. So whatever for the salary part, then we got to get on to the non-salary part of our budget.
Clarification, do you mean the 3% on top of what the increase was to get them where they need to be? And then
No, I was
3% on
talking
top of
about-
that?
I was talking about the 3% like every department is getting, and then revisit it before we have to turn this in.
Like doing it next month.
And doing it next month and giving us time to adjust what we think. So maybe we can look at the people individually, you know what I mean, a little bit. But I'm okay with either myself, but, because I know it's probably going to have to come up at some point.
I know people are very upset about their property taxes, and to just like do a 30% raise for a few
I know.
people today, and then by the end of, people start hearing about that and they go, actually, my girl does more than those girls do. That's what always happens. And
But that's why we get paid the big bucks.
Jeez.
That is.
That's why we didn't give ourselves the 3%.
I like the idea of going ahead and approving the 3% with the caveat of knowing that we are going to come back next month. It will be on the agenda. We've taken all these numbers and spent some time with them and tried to, I agree with the comment Bill made that $39,000 for a full-time trained position is low.
I agree. I'm not saying I don't agree.
Yeah,
I
so
just
we
don't
give
like
us-
this
When you
process.
realize there's the 7,000, I didn't realize there was a $7,000.
Yes.
It's added to it.
Yes.
For those
so
two.
that's my opinion, is to just approve the 3 and revisit it next month when we can really delve into it a little deeper and try to come up with a good number.
It might be helpful if Debbie and Mary give us the date of when we could no longer change anything. What's our date?
October?
Well, no.
September is our public hearing.
Yeah.
Okay.
it would be
So we're
10
looking at, and I have to advertise it 10 days before, so
Right, 10 days
September
before.
1st is our drop dead date.
Well, there's
So we'll
no
have to
reason
do
that-
it next
We'll have to do it in
August.
Yeah, we'll
We'll
put it
do it
on
in
August.
August. Can it
We'll
be an
put it
agenda
on
in
there.
August?
Yeah, on the agenda in August.
That's not.
Correct. and September 1.
Right, but
But
you
you go
in this
down.
case, this would be an up, possibly. Can't go up after September 1.
Right,
No.
right.
I don't want to drag it out, though. I don't see any
No,
reason
I
why
don't-
we can't visit
right.
it in August and have a final
Right.
answer.
Right.
2 meetings in August.
Please keep in mind that extra position that's gone in. So when you're calculating an overall percentage.
It's only 13.
That's pushing it up quite a bit. Do you mind, since I've already prepared these at a lesser rate, do you mind if I go ahead and provide these to you so that you have them while you're reviewing it?
Sure.
The new 144?
Yes, yeah, no, that's fine.
Oh, yes.
All right, so in
Yes.
1001, what else do you think needs cut? Ken?
Well, I've got a question. I started thinking, well, maybe it's an election year and office supplies are different, but 2024 was an election year. But the office supply spend was $7,100 and now you want $22,000. So I just have a question on why did it go up 300%?
So what do you want to do? Just delay the whole thing or pass it with something?
I think you should table it.
I think just table the whole thing.
That's
Want to table the whole thing?
Table
So
the
can you work on that too for us? Or
I'm
for me?
sorry, on the supplies budget out of
Yeah,
general?
because 2024 is an election year also. I was thinking, well, 2026 is going to be an election year, but you went from 7,000 expend in 2024, unless that number's not accurate, to wanting 22,000.
General, so you're looking at general location 1, or are you looking,
Yes.
you're
Yeah,
talking?
she's still looking at the-
Okay, because location 1 is just clerk. That doesn't take into consideration.
So we're looking to cut each, Kent wants us to look at every item and say, hey, what'd you spend in 2024? Okay, you spent $7,000. You're budgeting 22,000. Is there a way to bring it closer to $7,000?
That's one that I just pulled over because it's been the same year after year
So-
after
so is there a
year.
way to cut it like to
You can
10,000?
cut that in half if you'd like. I'm
Okay.
fine with
That's
that.
what we want to do, is things like
Okay.
that.
All right.
Yeah.
All the way through the budget, we need to find
Yeah.
we're just talking about $1,000 at each item. Just look for little things to
Okay.
cut is what Kent would like to see this year.
No.
So that was off,
11.
The first,
It's the very first one.
Office supplies on the
Office
general
supplies,
fund.
22 to 11.
to 11.
So do we have to have an emotion to table this?
I'll make a motion that we table the clerk's budget and revisit it at the next council meeting.
Second.
On favor? Aye. Opposed?
Thank you, Lisa.
We'll see you next
Well,
month.
Can we go ahead and pass her like the perpetuation fund,
Oh,
her
we
other
have-
funds?
Yeah, that was the general
I would
fund.
move we pass as written 1119 clerk's perpetuation
second.
fund.
hold on.
Wait, one thing, Jim.
Huh?
So, for the clerk, she in 2025, we created the off-site microfilm. We haven't had it before. We kept it at 8,000 again in 2026. And what I'm used to is so much microfilming being in the perpetuation fund, not the general fund. So why are we using the off-site microfilming at all in the general fund this year, because it was brand new for 25? And should we not move that to, I mean, it seems like perpetuation fund is just, that's really what it's for.
I don't believe that was a new line, though. I think that off-site microfilming has been there since I've been here. Every year, the off-site microfilming has been there, and that was because we used to send things over to the state archives, and they don't anymore. So I'm okay. I just pulled that over from previous budgets, so we can get rid of that.
In the perpetuation
Yes.
fund, because microfishing, no matter where, I think can be paid.
Okay, so
Where is that?
I'll make a motion that
Page 4.
we move the 1001, or in the general fund, line item 31411, the off-site microfilming, to the perpetuation fund, which is what, 1119?
1119.
Yeah. We move it from there to there, so we take it out of here.
That's why I interrupted you, Jim.
Oh.
Okay.
And then approve the rest of 1119.
And then approve the rest of 1119.
There's
Second.
salaries in there.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
So those two things coming out of that fund right there is 19,000 for us to capitulate for the next meeting.
Gotcha. It is.
Fund 8895, doesn't look like any of the money was used in 2024.
That's incentive money, and there are only certain things that can be utilized out of that fund based on the 4D rules. So we go ahead and appropriate that money there in the event that we find something that we can utilize it for. There just hasn't been much child support, need for child support increase.
I move we approve 8895.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Not using in 8899, are you not using the part-time money?
Not at this time, because again, it's 4D. And so in order to use that part-time right now, you have to have a deputy who is solely child support. And there's too much other work to have that deputy right now.
Okay.
So we're going to remove the part-time help or just cut it down really low for a need that you may not know about?
You can cut it in half in case a project comes up through 4D that we have to have someone come in and
Yeah, I just
complete.
don't want to cut it.
So reduce that to 5.
And what's equipment storage system at the very bottom?
That has been there. I am looking at equipment storage system for 8899.
That's a capital, and that's a 4,000 series.
Excuse me. That's one that's been brought over. Maybe that was back when we were talking about the transition from ISETs to Invest, and that there may have been some requirements to help with the transition.
Can we just get rid of it?
Yes.
Okay.
So we can get rid of that.
I mean, this whole budget spent 9,000 out of almost 54,000 in 2024.
Right.
But,
we're-
Greg, this money, if we slice up this budget, what happens with the money? It
It'll
just,
stay in the fund.
but,
This is a separate fund, correct?
Yes.
Right. It's separate, and it's incentive money, which again has strict rules as to how it can be
But it
utilized.
just accumulates in the fund.
Yeah, so you
Till
should
there's a
have-
need.
It should go ahead and accumulate, but you should right-size, again.
Yes.
It should be a public budget representing what's going to be done. So maybe not cut it down to 20, but 5,000 and just say, sure. Because you need computer storage or something like that.
Well, I would also say that then consulting fees should go to 15 instead of 20, considering it looks like the last spend was 9.
That's the only thing they're spending money on is
Yeah,
consulting.
and I don't know that you know how much you're going to need in that line until it happens.
Otherwise,
Well, the consulting fees, we just got reduced when the prosecutor came on with Malcon for the 4D claiming.
Oh, when we had the
So that was
prosecutor.
reduced by $100 a month, so that's $1,200. And then the other thing that's paid out of those consulting fees is when we have to redo our fingerprinting and our background checks for any employee who handles child support. And so that comes out of that line item as well. And next year is the year that we all have to renew all of that process, the
Oh, let's
fingerprinting
just leave it
and
alone then.
background checks.
But if you cut the part-time in half and you cut the equipment storage out, that's 25. And I think that's a great start.
Do you want to cut the equipment storage system completely, or would you like us to leave 5,000?
Keep 5,000.
Leave
Keep
5.
5,000 in
We're
it?
going to keep 5,000.
Okay, so 15.
That it? All right, I move to approve Fund 8899 with the following changes. Part-time reduced from 10,000 to 5,000, and equipment storage system reduced from 20,000 to 5,000.
Okay,
second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
And except, other than the new 144s that I handed out today, is there anything else that you'd like me to prepare and provide to you ahead of the next meeting?
Yeah, on 1001, look at each item like that, the one we started to do, and you said cut it in half. Look at each one and see what you can cut.
See if we
and
can
what you
cut it.
can't cut.
Okay.
Just go real specific and,
It doesn't have to be 50%.
Yeah,
But
no,
we're-
no,
We're
just
just
close,
trying to
yeah.
get closer to the
what is
actual
actual.
number.
And there may be one that doesn't need cut at all.
Yeah, oh
might be,
yeah,
yeah.
oh yeah, there'll be many that you don't cut.
I'll compare to what we had last
Yeah,
year.
and you might look and see what this year is too,
What-
this
what
is
you're on pace for.
2026 and our best records are 2024, so there's a year in between, but
Okay.
we are trying to get a lot of them that were 8,000 and then there were 1,000, so why would we give 8,000 again if only a year ago they only spent 1,000?
Right. Okay. And then as you're looking ahead too, just for your information, there will not be any more payroll after this last one for one of my election deputies because she just retired. So whatever the balance is after this next payroll period, that'll all revert back at the end of the year, if that helps you at all in budgeting.
But you're looking to hire, you've got your application process out there to hire for that position.
No, because we don't have an election this year, and so
Oh, you won't do it till next year then?
Kay and I are going to go ahead and finish out the year and assess and see where we are, because I also have part-time money there, and Robin has agreed that she would assist in part-time next year. So we're going to see how that plays out.
If you can handle one less
Well,
employee.
next year's
We'll
election
see.
year, Mary's got to get reelected next year.
Mary who?
There's only one Mary on the board.
Commissioner?
Mary's going to come work elections?
No, she's going to have to get reelected next year.
I was a slicer one year. Had to
You
do
can come
that.
work in our office.
I'll come help. Is there anything else then with the clerks? We're giving her instruction that we will review her general fund budget in its entirety at the August meeting. You work up what you think you need and what you can change. And Deb can put this on the agenda for August.
I think
the
it should be the
budget or the
budget
council?
meeting.
Budget.
First week of August?
Yeah, we'll do it at the budget meeting.
The
Budget meeting.
So if we have any
August.
issues, we could do it the following week again.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah.
And just bring that to the meeting or provide it ahead of time to each of you
No.
by email?
I would say provide it ahead of time if it's ready, just to give those
Yeah,
of us
oh,
that'll
get it
want to.
out ahead of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, then we can
Okay.
have a cleaner conversation, hopefully.
Okay.
Sorry, Lisa.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the commissioners are up.
Oh, no.
I got a question. The unemployment line doesn't get used. Is that true?
Actually held a credit in that line for quite a while. That credit has ran out, so now we will start to see charges.
Okay, okay. And the commissioner's budget does, for commissioners and council, they did a 3% rather than a 1,500.
Yeah, they picked their, yeah.
We did that.
Yes.
I'm fine with that.
Way to go, Deb.
So on those 3%, I know Mary sent out something, and I'm not sure if it got to everybody, but it
No,
was
it was
just
just
the
to you. I do-
correction.
Yes, I do have the corrected amounts.
Okay, you wanna
for the
read-
$1,500 raise. So in the commissioner line, that line should actually be $121,600. So that's an increase of $986. And on the council line, that line should be $107,400. That's an increase of $7,590.
Okay.
We just wiped out your say.
So we're going the wrong way, 8,000.
And I had a question about the employee safety supplies. Does that go back to COVID and we really don't do it anymore?
No, that's a brand new line for
For the-
2026.
That has the bloodborne pathogen kits that Safety and Liability Committee has come up with, and Kelly is working on that. It's more of the risk assessment things that we're doing to help decrease risk. So that's
Hey, let's, still focusing just on the general fund, item 31504, indirect cost, what, for $7,000, what is that?
That be the indirect cost allocation study? Deb?
I'm not sure, but we do pay things out of there, but we're trying to figure out what it is we pay out of there.
Over the years, it's
Well's down right now.
it's kind of been
It's
used
still
for
too
different
much.
things.
I don't know what line you're talking about, though. I'm trying to find it.
I don't know, but there's
Where we
only
at?
$2,000 spent out and they want 7 now, so
I'm just
First
curious to
page,
what
second.
comes out of there.
we need to take it down some.
First from the bottom, second page.
Second page. I thought you said first page.
From the bottom. Yeah.
Thank you.
And-
Oh, we haven't paid
maybe
money
half
out of
it.
it. Just
Okay, so have you kind of got an idea of what that it's covering?
They're looking in Lao right now.
And if it's something that is ongoing, that's fine. I just was curious with that title. It really doesn't describe anything.
And, Bill, the contractual services, is that some ongoing stuff, or is that just anticipating that you may want to do some, have a study done or something?
No, that's just based on how we've used contractual over the last several years. The ladies in the auditor's office went back and did a study to show how we're using our contractual services, and since the commissioners pay the majority of the contractual services for the county, that has trended up throughout.
Well, in the past, when we've had some studies done, like the sewer project and stuff like that, we'll usually use food and beverage for that rather than general fund money.
I don't think we've paid any studies out of this.
I don't know, but we're already out of their
Yeah,
contractual
I'm
money.
gonna
We're
say-
due for, they're gonna be asking for an additional on it. It's any contracts that I have with my vendors, not everybody's, but the majority of the contracts are all run through the commissioners.
Yes.
So,
And every year that I can remember, we've run out of money and had to have an additional
well,
on that
we're
line.
there now.
I see we
Okay,
have,
so it's ongoing, it's not one time.
No,
No.
yeah, I had a question about that one too, so I appreciate but the other one I had on this page, page 2, was the BOC legal representation. We have a brand new $75,000 line item. It seems like all these funds have so many lawyer fees, and as a lawyer, I'm like, these are ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, if we subtract, how much was the 3% raise supposed to be across county general in total? Was it 400,000? Do you remember that?
340,000.
Okay, so 340. We set our budget. We expected to get $1 million more dollars. We were gonna spend, call it 350 on raises. That leaves you 650. But the commissioner's budget alone went up 850 without
We have to
anyone
find
else.
cuts. We have to find cuts in the
Yeah.
commissioner budget.
I think we can save some money there, though. I think you can take that BOC legal representation, because not only is it BOC legal, that lobbyist legislative board that lobbies for everybody here. They don't just lobby for the BOC. So if you have things out of it, the BOC pays for it.
And we made that decision last year, and we took it food and beverage, I think, which would be better than doing a general fund. Did we use food and beverage? Yeah.
But if we set that at 50,000 instead of 75, and take 25,000 out of that, and if that legislative lobbying fee goes up in the years to come and needs to be increased, we can increase it, but I don't see it ever 50 in at least my term on the.
So we can cut the 75 to 50, and you feel comfortable with that?
I do, and then I'm going to ask you to potentially do this, though. Just take some of that saving, 16,500, and roll it into the next line, attorney legal services, because with all the litigation that we're facing, that line is going to be quickly. And as we continue to grow as a community, we're going to continue to get sued by different entities to try to have to take care of that. And Scott is not the one who does all
Right.
We contract with outside
But-
specialty litigation firms to.
Is that because we're doing self-funded for our, is that where it's gonna, is that, so what, they're saying no. So then what is this legal services for if it's not? For
Legal services are for defense of lawsuits that we actively participate in, or at least that's one use of it right now that we pay for.
It just seems like I look at all these departments, they all have, their legal services are just exploding. And we've got, I mean, as a lawyer myself, I'm telling you, it's way too high prices. Well, we've got to start finding ways to cut it.
It may be too high a price for people here in the county, but when you hire a firm like Taft or Bose or
Well, I've gone against them. I know what they charge 4 times what I charge. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I go against them.
That's what we're looking at.
I think it's a number
And the-
that we can't.
And the county attorney can't handle,
Not if it's an
Not
outside
some of
lawsuit.
and not some of the specialty things that just aren't within his purview to litigate, no.
So the 8,500 needs to be what?
If you would take, okay, so we could reduce down the line above $50,000. And if you would take an additional 16,500 and add it to the 8,500, you'd have 25,000. And that would be a total savings over what we had there of $17,000.
Right. I agree with Bill. I think the specialty legal services come into play depending on litigation that's going on, so it's hard to anticipate an hourly rate depending on what you're hiring them to do. So I have no problem with increasing that line item, and the money will just sit there until needed.
And again, if we have additional needs, the commissioners will just come back before the council and ask for.
and are some of the legal expenses that we're getting into have a lot to do with the West Side economic development stuff? Because any of those could go to the RDC.
More like employment issues, I would think, isn't it?
Some of it is, a little bit of it.
Okay.
And potentially, I know there's been discussion to say to those that are in TIF districts, let the TIF funds pay for those, and they are. No, this is totally outside the scope of that. It's totally into that.
And I'm sorry, what did we say, indirect cost?
I'd say
We paid for American Legal. We were able to look that up for all of our, codifying all of our ordinances. So that's,
But it was $2,000.
yeah, but we didn't cut,
Yeah,
we
so
only codify.
We can lower that.
So we can lower it $3,000, make it 4,000 instead of 7.
That's good. I don't want to go any lower than
Okay.
4.
And then professional services, it looks like we keep most things in contractual services. Do we know, I mean, it's only $1,500, but on contractual services, are we gonna be close to 300 by the end of this year?
300,000? Yes. I mean, at least according to what I'm hearing from the auditors, our contractual bills.
So take another 500 out. We're gonna have to penny pinch as best we can.
Yeah.
Taking 500 out of the professional services.
What line item? Oh, down at the bottom?
The next one
31, 515? No,
Yeah.
no, that's only got 1,500 in it, so I'm looking at the wrong one.
No, it's only got, but they used 300 last year.
Oh, so you just want to cut it by $500?
Yeah.
And I know it's small potatoes,
small,
but
but-
up the weed stuff, is that coming out of the maintenance department or something? Because
No, the weed
he
is
doesn't spend
totally-
much.
It's totally separate, but he's been back to you guys before to ask for additional appropriations, so.
Okay.
Again, as the county grows, the weed problem grows.
The telephone line item, the third one on page 3, actual spend in 24, 30,000, ask 60,000. Can we get some funds out of there?
That's the AT&T, for the hardline phones that we pay for, and I don't think we can get paying for that utility right now.
So it's doubled since 2024? I need to shop that service if that's the case.
Well,
I don't
I
think
don't-
it
I
has.
just
I
left
would have to
AT&T
ask
for
Bernie,
myself
but I-
though, because it is, they just raise the price all the time and for, it's not competitive at all
I think the
anymore with.
telephone has always been similar to that. I don't know.
What's our
We
spend?
we can take care of that. I think, historically, at the end of the year, when we need to shore something up, we've been able to utilize some of that money. So that doesn't, so, I don't know.
Why don't you
I
drop
would
it
probably,
10,000
I
then?
wouldn't take it any lower than 40, though.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't see it in the past being lower than that,
No.
but,
Yeah.
so, I keep,
So what do we do with it?
Changed it to 40.
40 instead of 60.
Advertising and legal notices, 24 spend was $5,000, ask us 14, is that?
Has it jumped up this year for any reason?
Yeah, there's been some more meetings that we have to advertise. I would,
That's 3 times.
anytime you're putting out a bid, we have to advertise. I mean, you can, feel like we're always advertising something, I don't know.
You didn't advertise much then in 2024 or, because it's 3 times the amount.
What's the
Want to cut
difference?
4,000 out of it, make it 10?
Yes.
Okay.
What's the difference between the line item 38,400 senior services 50,000 and then the $600,000 that we estimated allocating?
Yeah, I believe that's like we give to senior services for a long time, and it has nothing to do with the ride share thing or whatever you want to call it. It has to do with they go out and help people, senior citizens, and clean their houses and do all kinds of things for them. It's just a donation that we give to senior services, not anything to do
It's
with
not
the
part of
driving.
the reimbursable monies that we
Is
talked
that-
about.
There's actually 4 entities that will come and request extra funds from the county. Those are like non-governmental entities that we basically give money to. The Historical Society, Cemetery, Ag
Ag.
Association, and Senior Services, those 4.
And Zoe's Place, that's a nonprofit as well.
Zoe's Place has
There's
came to
$20,000 in here for that.
Yeah, it's on a different line item though. It's not in,
So those will come and they will ask us for additional funds to help them out.
Well, and, yeah, I mean, is that, again, we talked about how things just roll one budget to the next. I'm not saying defund any of those things, but there's a lot of services across the county. And so I brought this up my very first quarter on Greenfield City Council. They did the same thing. There was a handful of people that got money. There was no process to apply. It wasn't, we weren't validating their ongoing good status with the IRS. Is anybody?
I received their budget, I received a letter requesting their funds, so yes, there is a process for them.
But do they bring it in front of the council?
They don't anymore.
So we can cut it. We can cut it. We can cut it.
And they could come and ask.
And they can come and ask.
State Board of Accounts is really kind of honing in on all of the money that we give, like if we're granting people this type of money, and they're getting really picky about that.
It
So we
should
need a
be
lot of documentation. I'd like it to be in the minutes anyway.
Now, I don't know a lot about any of what they're doing with the money, but I do know that Zoe's Place is used, I believe, more than anything for our judicial system to have
Right,
children
no, I-
properly interviewed. So I think there's probably a great case there that
Right.
we're the ones using that nonprofit. Now, on the other ones, are we using?
if the other one's a slush fund.
You know, are we needing their
For the
assistance?
ag, aren't we required with the ag?
The Ag Association,
Yeah.
we took away their tax rate years
That's why we
and
gave-
years and years
Yeah.
ago. So we give them money because a long time ago, elected officials talked
But I'm-
about giving up their right to money.
They need a commitment to them.
And we made they made a commitment
But-
to keep the money.
Right, but the senior services, we just don't write them a check and hand it to them, right?
No, they
there's
have to
something-
file a claim.
Yeah.
Then we write them a check.
Oh, but they do have a specific, they do give you paper chase.
Well, and then you know, if you really got in the weeds on that, I mean, what, you know, when you say, well, they help seniors, well, we're already paying for the ride share. What other ways are they helping seniors? Could Meals on Wheels say that they could do more for seniors with 50,000? I don't know. I'm just saying it should have a process. We should be familiar with why everyone gets what they get and why people don't get what they don't get. I'm not saying we need to change it now for the coming year, but I do think between now and the next budget, we should really analyze if that's being decided on properly.
Probably behooves us to all have a grant process in place.
Agreed, yeah.
Well, one thing we could change is animal control. The line
Is that animal control number, is that the negotiated number?
I don't know if that's the true negotiated final number or not. I know Commissioner Gray has been working on.
the agreement that we came to was that we've got a process for that, and we do now have Greenfield's number for 26. And if you use the percent from 24 that we said we would use, that's 38.54% times their budget. That number comes out to $443,362. So if we stick with our agreement that, and we proposed it to Greenfield, that would be the number.
I'm keen on that. 443,362. And I thought when you had that conversation last, it was kind of verbally agreed upon that was the way it would be done for more than 1 year, wasn't it? I mean, you guys were talking as doing it that way.
Here on out.
Right.
I think the initial one that you and I were at, Jim, was one, it was more expensive because we gave them a truck, an animal truck process.
Has Janine or anyone had any luck with the outlying towns participating, like Fortville, Georgeville, New Powell?
Not yet. They're still trying to work out what that looks like, because just because there may be a response logged in a 911 log doesn't mean that an animal control type event took place. So the towns are saying, hey, we don't have any record of that in our records, and they're still trying to work out a process that fairly taxes government unit for the use of animal control.
I spoke with the mayor and he said they're still negotiating and talking and they haven't really come to anything yet.
I went with Janine to McCourtsville, and overall, I didn't think it went real well.
Yeah, that's what the mayor said. It wasn't very well.
On the animal control.
Yes.
Yeah.
Getting the towns and things to do their share.
But Greenfield would reserve the right to just stop answering calls anywhere where they don't feel like people are paying, correct?
Sure.
Yeah, they're not statutorily required to be providing animal control to other municipalities, so.
Nope.
But I do think that falls on Greenfield to work that out. That's.
Okay, I'm going to work through, starting on page 1 of the general fund for the commissioners, to see what we're all on the same page, or if there's any other changes that we want to discuss. First one being line item 31050, reducing $75,000 to $50,000. Line item 31100, reducing, or increasing actually, $8,500 to $2,500. Indirect costs, which is 31504, will go from 7,000 to 4,000. Professional service, 31515, 1,500 will go to 1,000. Second page, the phone services, 32,400 will go down to 40,000 from 60. 33,100, advertising and legal notices, 14,000 will go to 10. And then the animal control, do we want to leave it at the 507,665 or reduce it to the number that Jim read out, 443,662?
Reduce it to the number Jim read out, and if they want to argue that the 2024 percentage is not accurate, we could revise it.
And did I read that number correctly, Jim?
Yeah.
443, 662.
362, right?
443, 362.
thought it was
I wasn't sure.
362.
Yeah.
You did say to increase the line 31,100 to 25,000?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
One other quick thing. If we granted 425,000 for utilities last year, did we have another building come online? The new one is $235,000 more. So it's 660 this year. Do we have new buildings come online or something? The reason it doubled? Most of them.
And we only spent about half of that.
It looks like in '24 we spent 321,000. Now they're at 1,660,000.
Yeah.
That's a big.
Yeah, I think the auditor would have to speak to that. They're the
Yeah,
only one
there
that
has to be a
knows.
paper chase on it.
I think that
What line?
yeah, I'm kind of,
35,100.
35,100 utilities.
So the commissioner budget.
okay, so utilities, we do have some things that have come up on that. We've added the new jail. Some of the utilities we pay, some the jail pays, the sheriff pays.
But that
So-
ought to be coming from the lit.
Is it paid from the lit?
Yes, we have.
I think we can take 160,000 out of that.
Or part of that.
Well, it was 425 is what we budgeted them.
Yeah, but it goes up. It's gone up since '24.
Right, but, okay, it goes up 50,000?
10% a year.
Yeah.
What's our
up to
ag,
50,000.
I mean, is it easy to say what our actual
Well,
utility
make it
spend is now
500,000,
halfway in
that's
the year?
75,000.
At this very second, no.
Because it should correlate about double to where we are. I mean, we're halfway into the year. There's the same amount of hot and cold left in a calendar year, so.
Cut the hot water at the jail down.
So right now, year to date, we've spent
Reduce the
300
temperature.
Heard that, Jim, that's fine.
At Plymouth.
Did you hear that? We've spent
Or no,
340,
we've spent 216,000 on
216,000.
Okay.
years.
It's on pace for 450.
500, like 500 seems, especially
Yeah.
if the jail's
That's what we
coming
just
up.
said.
500 and take 160,000 out of that.
Okay, so we're going to reduce 35,100 utilities to 500,000,
Yes.
correct?
Yeah, that's still 75,000 more, or still 180,000 more than we spent last year.
We may have an addition, Deb and Mary, the 49,1707 for mental health, Galahue, that I believe was the number in the 1782 for 25.
Yes,
it was. We don't
that's,
know
we just put it in there because
26
they
yet.
haven't released it.
Comes in
Get
later.
the growth quotient. So the growth quotient, probably you would, that line to be 511, 375. With the 4%, or 376 if you round it up. As you know, they're still entitled to that.
Right.
Even though
We
they
just
do
always
nothing.
use it until we go on to Gateway and get that, or DLGF and get that number. We just use it.
Okay, so we will, on line item 38,600, mental health, Galahue will increase that amount to $511,375.
How much is
You
that?
might want to make it
511?
276, because I had 28 cents.
That's a,
Say that again.
376.
The
Oh, rounded to
376.
376, gotcha.
that's
Okay.
basically 20,000.
Mary, before we go any further, could we go back to the increase for the commissioners and the council? I think there was going to be a change on that, and I didn't hear you say anything.
On what?
Yeah, you guys, somebody read that
Yeah,
into
I read
it.
those out.
Yeah, so those are the changes. On the 14,104 commissioners, the correct number is 121,637. And 14,203 council, the correct number is 107,400.
Thank you.
So if that takes care of everything with their general fund,
I do have a question on the non-navigable steam streams. It has gone up quite a bit, and $5,000 is quite a bit.
Chad asked for that last
think-
year for it to go up. He came in and asked for it.
And
from the
the,
25,000.
How much of it he used.
and the capital asset expenses, we're not spending much out of that
Capital assets, we can drop that down.
to,
I would say, I wouldn't want to go any lower than 7,000. That's one of the expenses that comes from the auditor's office.
okay.
All right, so we'll reduce 39,720 capital assets from 15,000 to 7,000.
I second it.
Well, that wasn't my motion. That was making sure everyone was on the same page with the numbers. And then if we are, do you need it read back to you?
thought
Or
that
are you
was a
guys
motion.
comfortable with what you got? Okay, so now we need a motion.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
Okay, Robin made a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Tammy made a motion as a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, that passed 6-1 on the general fund budget of the commissioners.
The commissioners are trying to do their part in helping the county
You
save
did a good
money.
job.
That was,
Couple more.
that's about
Pull that up.
240,000, so thank you.
We're working with you diligently to
Well,
make
they
that.
went up
Because you know, it's easier
$800.
for you to come back and ask for help versus everybody
Yeah,
else.
Keely, Mary, you do have a running tally.
Excel spreadsheet with the
I have
running
not
tally.
been running
Do,
one.
She's
do
got
the
it, so-
commissioners have a CCD?
Yes, the commissioners have a CCD budget.
$9,099.
I'm sorry, Mary.
It's a super simple one.
We've removed $269,099.
Including the clerk and, well,
That- well,
the 19K for the clerk you didn't count, right? Because we didn't approve
No,
that,
we
or
just
that is in
tabled
there.
that.
Yeah, the clerk's thing's not.
I did.
You did go ahead and include the 19 for the clerk, even though, yeah. Because
Even
we
though
said
didn't
we were,
vote on it. It's
yes,
gonna happen.
it is. So, yeah, I would keep track of that.
So I've got the reduction of the elected official salary and the clerk.
Okay, we're going
Thank
to move
you.
on to CCD. Does anybody have any questions?
County farm budget.
County farm.
Oh, the county farm budget.
I was,
Where's the county farm budget?
3,000.
I got a question about the county farm,
Where is
Bill.
Yes.
With
Behind the commissioner.
Right
the
here.
maintenance department that we have, aren't they doing the mowing out
Yes.
there?
We can probably cut that in half because the other part would be to maintain the building and the barn that's on that
It says
property.
1,001.
CCD. Here,
Part of the general
this is
fund.
commissioner.
Is
right
this
here.
what we're calling grounds maintenance expense? Okay.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
take it to
Grounds
5,000 or
maintenance
something, or?
expense.
They didn't make a separate.
Right.
Oh, the
Yeah,
county farm.
That's part of the
5,000.
general fund.
It
So let's
just-
cut 4,000 out of it and take it to 5,000.
Oh, it's a separate, okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
I move we approve Fund 1001 County Farm as written, with the exception of the ground maintenance expense would go to 5,000.
I'll
Second.
second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
CCD,
Just for commissioners?
Yes, we're moving on to the, it says all departments, CCD commissioners. So a whole bunch of pages have, any questions?
Come on, all of it or just the commissioners page?
There are 3 items on it. It's just
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things in the CCD that they've just carried over every
The
year,
clerk,
even though
it's
they've
the
not used
commissioner's
it.
page.
Yeah.
the AED equipment, Bill, that's the, heart,
the heart defibrillators that you see in all the county
Yeah.
buildings. And then I think the ones that the sheriff has, we take care of those.
Okay, I have,
and the motor vehicle?
2 lease vehicles that we have that we pay for out of that, which the leases are like $800 a month, so.
Who drives those?
IT has one, and,
And if someone needs to go to conference or something like that, people will borrow them.
What'd you say the council capital expense was?
we have a $100,000 line item
Yeah,
in
and-
our council budget. I wondered why, but
Yeah.
we're not there yet. So,
I'll
I can
track down
imagine.
the
Well,
other
in the
one that
commissioners,
has
they have a
that,
$10,000.
but I know we've got 2
Council
that
other
are out there.
capital
I think the
expense.
other one is driven by
I
the
cannot find the right page.
prosecutor's investigator.
It's page 9 of the
Pickup
CCD
truck.
budget.
Okay.
That
So
was in the-
council other capital, what, we don't need that. What's that, supposed to be something
Well,
else?
we've had that since I've been here, and I know at least one time we paid the weights and we paid for a fuel measuring device for weights and measures out of it, and it's just always been there available to us if we needed to use it.
Is CCD the general,
I could just get one that was taller.
is that out of the county general, the CCD?
I took the taller chair.
Okay.
The CCD doesn't
So
deduct
are we
out of
going on
county's
to
general.
facility management?
So do we have to vote on, or we're saving the cum cap vote for
Yeah.
holistically later?
I would
Okay.
think so.
Okay.
So facility maintenance?
Nothing life shading there.
Okay, so,
So nothing changed in the commissioner's CCD?
I don't
Okay.
think so.
Then facility maintenance,
Okay.
ready for that?
yes.
Okay.
I wondered about the janitorial service. Do we bid that out every year or periodically?
Not every year. I mean, I think typically we are trying to adhere to a 3-year cycle unless somebody is doing something wrong. Where
Okay.
it needs to be done, and we're in the process of putting that cleaning process out to bid again.
So is the janitorial services, it looks like it's going from 0 to 167. Is that not correct then? Because that was my problem. You just added,
That went from
It
commissioner's
was
budget.
moved from a fund.
oh, it was moved from your commissioner's budget. And what was it in the commissioner's budget last year?
Yeah, this is one where it's hard to make comparisons because there's no prior.
Because, and we took a lot of it out of commissioners. Moved it over.
Yeah,
Janitorial,
132,600.
that's what the 2025 budget is.
Yeah.
And then in 24, we spent 24.
And then, so we're going up to
So he thinks it's
167.
going to be a massive increase.
I think slight increase.
It's a lot of increase because a lot of the departments are requesting more times for their building or their offices to be clean.
Oh, so instead of like twice a week or once a week, it's,
Right, it's a lot more than that.
Wait, what do you mean by that? I mean,
What do you mean by that?
department heads can just say, I'd like my office cleaned more.
every day.
Well, let's say, for instance, the 911 center has people there all the time. They would like to have them come there instead of just one times a week.
Well, they're
Well,
open
that's-
24/7.
Well, get a broom out. I mean, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Well, I'm not sure it's crazy because at least what I've seen and one of the reasons why we're doing it here is I don't think they're doing a great job right now to begin with, so.
The cleaning's not doing a good job?
Never have.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe that's why you need clean so much is because you're not doing a thorough job when you're there. I'm not at all, having facility maintenance department was supposed to save time and money, and so far, we just need more money for everything that has to do with facility maintenance.
Because, I mean,
Does this
Not a
include the
fan.
bathrooms?
Yes.
Because I really think the bathrooms need to
Well,
be
yeah.
cleaned more than once a week.
Sure.
yeah, every day almost.
Well,
They are being cleaned.
They are.
Okay.
But the two facilities people we have are trying to stay on top of the mowing and the snow blowing. And they're not gonna be able to do contractual cleaning unless we want to hire cleaners to do that.
So we could hire a cleaning person.
You could, but what would that staff look like? Can one person do all the county buildings that we have and take care of all those efficiently and effectively? I think that's why we contract that out.
I'm not saying contracting is the wrong way to go, but
170,000,
Yeah, that was my only
Myself
concern on
and-
this
I
budget.
could do
is that, is,
Yeah.
I don't,
But I
I
don't
wish I
want
could
to.
tell you if I knew that was 60,000 too much, or, you can hire a lot of people for $170,000. and pay for them for a year.
Cleaning people, yeah.
I have the same thing with, instead of buying
We could bail
trucks
John out of
that don't
jail.
need two people, I buy trucks that need two people, because I save
Put a ball and chain,
$100,000
buy
a
one.
year.
Okay, we can give up some.
Oh, then
Right
you can
now,
do
we're
them.
60% through what we had budgeted for this year.
Okay, what'd you have budget this year, because it doesn't show on my paperwork.
132.
Real line is 156,860.
Okay, And you-
Was left off.
When you say cleaning's not being done well, are we talking about kitchens and bathrooms? Are we talking about floors being swept? I mean, obviously, they're not supposed to be cleaning off people's desks.
No,
So
no,
you're
they-
talking about floors, bathrooms, kitchenettes, what,
Cobweb.
emptying trash, tiny trash cans.
We're
with
talking
paper.
about potentially cleaning being done with improper cleaning materials.
Oh. Okay.
Wrong
well, why don't we leave it the same, because right now you're saying you're 60-some thousand in and
I'm
you have
not sure if it's a
150.
total, if it's
So
something I want to
you're not
dive
even-
off into.
I know. I see where he's going.
Because
I know
we're
where he's
going down a rabbit hole.
Okay,
Right.
okay.
I'm done.
Is somebody gonna shop it?
Yes.
We are.
They're
We
shopping.
are.
But what I'm saying is, we're not even gonna use last year's budget this year, because you're saying we're 60-some thousand in, and it's 150-some thousand.
60% in. of
We're
what
60%
of
in.
the 150,000.
Of the 150, oh, okay.
Or 60% left.
We have 6% left.
I suggest that we leave the janitorial services line alone until
Okay.
they wash through that a little
Okay.
better.
The equipment maintenance and repair was a new item too?
It was one that was moved, I think, from the commissioners over.
Oh, you're
to
right,
the-
I saw some of those, they were moved from the commissioner's budget.
Yeah, it was 20,000 last year.
Okay, all right.
But they didn't have it in 2024 because we don't know what they would have spent. You know what I'm saying?
Bill, my question has to do with their CCD request. They're putting equipment in there at 175,000, and we bought all their equipment, didn't we?
We did. I mean, that's definitely, we can go down, we can probably take that down to $100,000.
Okay.
What would they need for 100,000 even?
Well,
This year.
I would say, take it to 100, no less than $75,000, because even if you get new items, you can have breakage and have to replace. You're gonna have just general maintenance in and of itself. We still have them do a certain amount of work for the county, where you may need plumbing tools, you may need electrical tools, you may need a forklift to move materials around, those kind of things. So that's why I would potentially leave it. I wouldn't totally drain it, and I understand where you're coming from. But
Yeah.
whether it's new or old, there's still gonna be issues.
Mm-hmm. Well, their maintenance would come under their maintenance stuff, but
Well, and if a large purchase comes up of a piece of equipment, there's times where we're like, hey, we've got room in this capital budget. There's times where we're like, you know what, we don't have room in any capital budgets. We just need to eat it out of food and beverage for a large expenditure. So if this could cover,
So here's
Smaller.
the other issue that we have too. This is just year number 2 of getting into this, understanding what they need. And so the first year we supplied all their capital need. This year, what do we have? What will it look like for 2026? I'm not really sure.
Well, on the breakdown for their CCD money for the facility maintenance, they listed the request as $175,000 for equipment. And then they listed $185,400 for miscellaneous building expenses. So that grand total is $360,000 of CCD.
So if you wish, you can pare down. I would recommend, or in my opinion, I would say, take the equipment budget to 75,000, because there's still backpack blowers and other items that need to be paid for out of that. The building expense, when things come up, you don't realize you do, how quickly those budgets just go dry, because in doing commercial work, I would say residential work for, square foot of a home, you're looking at $150 to do things. On a commercial level, we're seeing things that are like $450 to $500 commercially to repair things. And I would consider all these county buildings commercial type buildings. And the materials that have to be picked out to go back into places of some of the stuff that's failing here has just went up over time, whether it was because of COVID or tariff, whatever. We've just seen an overall increase in material costs.
So you'd like to leave the 185,000 alone?
185,000.
Okay.
Yes, just leave that.
So that's under the CCD facility maintenance requests, reducing the equipment line item from $175,000 to $75,000, and the miscellaneous building expenses leave as presented.
Please.
What?
Leave the miscellaneous expenses to 185,400, but reduce the equipment to 75,000.
That's in the CCD.
And that's out of CCD.
And so what are we doing with the 220 on there, on the general fund?
And then you've got, yeah.
Yeah, so we've got $220,000 in general fund on top of that, right?
Well, we've got building maintenance and repairs at $220,000, so you add that to your $185,400, that's what?
$400,000
Somewhere real close there.
for building maintenance and repair.
You've got $405,000, 400 in building maintenance and repair.
Should you have taken the 180,000 out of the building and maintenance repair on the general fund if you're gonna put it in the CCD?
Fund, is it easier to maneuver out of?
I mean, it's just, we just pay whatever we're directed to pay it out of, but this 220
Sounds
does
like a
any
double.
repair, if it's a doorknob, or if they're painting stripes outside, or they've got a, plumbing
Well,
issue.
they're pretty much, they're labeled the same.
Which, it's not
way.
always capital, so you can't pay out of capital.
Which is easier to pay out of?
Well,
General.
the general fund is because like they just said, not everything's a
Okay.
capital expense.
So my suggestion is we leave the building and maintenance in the general fund and cut some of the building at the CCD one then. I don't know if you have $400,000 a year of doorknobs. I mean,
Yeah,
that sounds like we're building another building.
Well, again, your residential
Elevator.
doorknob costs this, your
Well, I
commercial
understand, but
doorknob.
$400,000 is,
But we're not gonna order $400,000 of doorknobs.
But
But
that's
when
the
you
kind
talk
of
about,
stuff that I thought having a maintenance department would do is
Well,
things
I don't
like.
think they do big jobs,
we
Bill?
don't do the big jobs, but the small ones they do. And we're still, Gary Poole had put together a key performance indicator number that told us that we would not probably start to see this pay off until year 3 or year 4 of them pushing our facilities guys, pushing our own snow or mowing our own grass, because that's what was submitted to you to say, okay, yes, we'll buy you all these capital items. So in a year, do I think we're taking baby steps to get there? Yes, but I don't think we're going to be able to say until year. So, hey, I want them to come back to you
Greg?
and say, here's what our savings have
If we were to
been.
cut that line item, would it be best to cut it from the general fund as opposed to CCD for the overall health of the budget?
Yeah, but the problem is on CCD, Jim spelled it out. We have about 2 million in revenue coming in each year. And that will trend down because of assessed value. And we're at 4 million in a total budget in CCD. So we need
Something's gotta go.
Okay, then I suggest overall, if we can leave $300,000 there, we would basically leave the general fund at $220,000 and we'll reduce the CCD to $100,000. And that would save us $85,400 in CCD. And that gives them a working budget of $300,000 basically
that's
to start the
320.
year. Well,
So,
I rounded
yeah,
it.
you need to cut 100,000 out of CCD and give them 80,000 in CCD and give them 220 here, and that gives them 300,000.
That's,
And I think that's a lot. I actually think that's probably, next year, they'll say, well, we didn't, unless they try to spend that much money, they probably won't spend that much.
well, it's hard to anticipate maintenance. You don't know until it's broke. So
I
you
know,
can't, I
but
mean, it'd be.
we're not
always
anticipating
come back.
buying chillers and anything this time. We bought those last time, right?
Well, and the chiller's probably different than this because I would
Right.
consider that an emergency.
Right.
And not, you wouldn't
That's what I'm
probably
saying.
get
This
that
is
out
not
of the-
emergency
out of the
stuff,
fund.
so.
But I will say that some of those things are just in a cycle of failing like anything else.
Right.
So you could expect it, and that chiller was probably 140,000. And then because we couldn't get it for a year, we had to rent something that was another $14,000 a month rent, so that can go like that.
And the elevator, I remember when
Yeah.
the elevator went down and, you can't anticipate that kind of thing. It's just, but it has to be fixed immediately.
During tax
And
time.
some of those big capital items can go in the GO bond too.
If there are any.
Can I just check for clarification on this 80,000 and the CCD? We're taking the 185.4 down to 80,000?
That's my suggestion.
Okay. But we're still gonna keep the equipment at 75,000?
The
Okay.
equipment.
75.
Yes.
Okay.
Some of the equipment we bought last year
Make your
too,
motion.
will have warranties on them also, mowers and stuff, since they're
Okay.
so new.
Can we get a motion on this?
175, you're saying is going to 75, and 185.4 is going to 85, is that what I just heard?
80.
Ailey, make your motion.
So moved.
No, I didn't make it. I said make it. Make a motion.
Okay, in the CCD budget
For facility maintenance.
for facility maintenance, the equipment that was previously listed at 175 is going to 75, and the facility maintenance and repair that was previously listed 185,000 is going to 80,000.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
80,000 or
So on behalf of the
I'm
Facilities
sure
Maintenance
they'll have to do
Department,
additional
we,
on that.
speaking for Corey, are doing our best to try to help the county out, cut costs. We,
I mean, if something comes up, obviously come to council, right?
Yeah.
and
then
I
do
think they'll have a clear picture next year when their budget
Right.
is ready to go again of what they really.
We
what
still
they-
need.
Okay, we're going to
facility
stop
maintenance.
here
Yeah, we're
and
not-
Hold on.
we're behind
I know,
on
we
time.
haven't finished facility maintenance.
resources.
I think.
No, we need a motion on the general
Yes.
fund,
Yeah,
yes, and
so
that's what I'm
I make a
asking
motion
for.
on facility maintenance, general fund 1001, as is.
You have a
Second.
second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so we got that. And now we need to
Human
go
resources.
to
Human resources?
human resource.
I got a question in the, well, first of all, the two new people, and mine are out, but the attorney and legal services, why wouldn't you be using Scott?
I use Scott as much as possible, but if there's a situation where it's a conflict of interest between me and the commissioners or me and whoever Scott is representing for the county, then this is an opportunity to go outside of that. So I've done that maybe once for employment-specific issues last year, but this is not, we put it in there because this is only the first year of my budget, and I'm only 6 months in. So I didn't change that from last year, but I haven't had that need this year yet. So when possible, I'm utilizing Scott all the time, but there may be an occasion where I can't utilize Scott.
But should the need for legal counsel beyond the one we have hired, I mean, the commissioners keep it in their budget for legal counsel beyond our own legal counsel.
But-
Should it all go through there?
Because what she's saying is, Scott Banky represents the commissioners and council. If there's an issue with one of us, then she needs to be able to get outside counsel.
I see.
And it needs to be through a different budget, not his.
I see.
Because, so I think I agree with what she's saying, but she's going to hardly use it unless you have an issue like one of our previous commissioners.
I got you, okay.
It's my understanding that the additional full-time person was never forwarded with the commissioner's recommendation, so it's not going to be an issue for this year.
Do you recommend
Okay.
a part-time person?
We didn't recommend,
No, I did not make a formal request to the commissioners, partly because of a time factor with my schedule and job duties. But I have not made that request for a part-time person either. I think it was I got the general feeling that nobody was interested, so.
Well,
Just can't afford it.
I'd be interested in the part-time person
I would too.
more. Yes, definitely.
I
And
think-
it's something we probably need to go to in the next year. It's something we need to consider because she needs help. She's probably working a lot more than 35 hours a week, I would guess.
Yeah, and you did list that 20 to 29 hours a week. If they get to 29 hours a week, we have to offer benefits. So we need to mark that as no more than
So
25 hours a week.
I understand. I don't want them to go over 30 as Affordable Care Act for benefits, but our plan, because we're self-insured, anybody under 35 is considered part-time. So we have a little bit of protection
Right,
there.
so that's why she
But
said
yet,
that's why she wanted
keep-
I thought
would
the
keep track
handbook
of that.
said that's different than what,
I don't know.
I'm
I would
remembering
be
the
interested
handbook.
in the IRS laws on that. That's what would dictate.
30 is the IRS.
Okay, so I guess there needs to be a discussion about whether or not we want to fund a part-time person. Just put some money in the part-time line item to use as she sees fit. Anybody want to discuss that?
Do what?
So like she would have, like most departments have a part-time line item that they can just use when
Right.
needed.
Yes.
Right.
And so that's what we're trying to discuss here.
Yeah,
is would that-
it could be set up that you use
So
them
maybe
only 10,000 or
15 hours a
20,000.
week and they know that, or you have a busy
think you better
season,
make it
that's during
20,000.
insurance time, that, it's your call, really. It's just a line item with part-time funding in it.
Right. But
So maybe
Anticipation.
15,000.
So this commissioner would recommend a part-time employee versus a
Yeah.
full-time employee, especially based on what our financial advisor has told us that we shouldn't hire any more full-time employees this go-around, or try to steer clear of kind of doing that, but the part-time
And,
makes sense.
and you guys could vote on that at your next meeting to approve that we could do a part-time person.
Well, she would have a,
Yeah, I don't know
she
that the
would have a line
commissioners
item
have
for
to do that.
part-time. You don't have a salary ordinance for that.
I
Well,
know, but we still want the
No,
commissioners.
commissioners
How
don't
about
usually
this?
chime in on
Yeah,
part-time
part-time
money,
money's on salary.
it's full-time.
How about this? We approve the human resources budget as presented, but without the administrative assistant and $15,000 in part-time.
Is that a motion?
The motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
And then the rest of my budget is a net savings of $100. So again, this is my first year for budget, realizing I'm not using postage as much as I thought I would, but I do have requirements that I have to mail out certain documents. But I also know that we need to update legal posters, so I moved money from my human resources supplies to advertising and legal notices, and then reduced my postage by one.
I think we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll come back to CCD later, right? Because we're gonna go through that.
Yeah.
You want to go through it now?
I would,
Later.
we're way behind,
Later.
we're a half hour
She
behind.
had zero in
Could
her
we
CC.
take a break?
I don't
for a
have
couple
CC.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
had
she didn't
zero.
have CCD.
Oh, for her,
But we might, I don't know.
Yeah, do what?
I was just saying, if after the break, maybe we could get the judges in, because I don't know what they're scheduled. They're already 3 deep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you guys want a 5-minute break here? A real quick break? Jim?
Yes.
Jim wants a quick break, so 5 minutes.
Yeah, we're done.
Yes, we did. We're
You're
done.
good.
Yes, thank you.
All the cords.
Going to make it. I'm just going into town. See you guys later. I'm going into town. I can't stay up on everything. I'll try to get you on there. Sorry, I was trying. So. I could tell that you guys have your schedules planned.
Yeah. Friday, 1:30 to 2,
Yeah, so I'm assuming if we do it in a half an hour.
I don't think it's gonna take us. So.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do it by tape.
Nice. It's good.
Budgets, yeah. Yeah, budgets are, it's so simple this year, though, it's pretty nice.
You guys got a lot on the plate.
Not budget-wise, but otherwise, yeah.
The other?
Yeah, otherwise, it's pretty.
Right, but I'm saying if we just want to keep George and give him hours, we can't.
Robin, tell them to go ahead and start without me if I'm not back. That's good.
Well, it was 41,393. We don't pay anything. They pay 41,393.
We should have that.
Well, and they said we had to ask them the budget.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's all around.
Oh, they're gonna sit until I get back.
Scott, what would you get off?
You never can tell.
So I should put 41.
I didn't. They said we need to do it, and they said, well, it's too late to do that. They know. Just tell us which budget we're going to put it in.
Hey, Dean, how are you?
August 24th.
How's it going out there with the weeds? How's your family? I saw your post about your son again. I think about you a lot. That never gets easier, does it?
I had to try to wipe out his character. Yeah, I was like, do you not? I don't know why. If not, I'll take the code to you. They've already bought what they bought. There's no money to buy something.
It's amazing what goes on out there.
I'm like,
You're catching us.
I think it's a little different with moms. Yeah, we almost lost Jenny. We came very close 4 different times, and it was. And there was one time where we didn't, except for our faith in God, it didn't look like she was going to come out of it. And with her it was 2 issues because we had the babies. We had a newborn and a 2-year-old, and and I'm sure her husband Chris was thinking. And we were.
How are you?
I'm doing well, sir.
Oh.
Had breakfast with your old crony every Saturday.
Bill.
Well, he's gone. Oh, that was before he left. Oh, okay.
We do it every Saturday.
Please.
Judge Marshall.
We do it every Saturday.
His is pretty simple. He needs to go.
Oh, yeah.
I
Well, I
bet.
talked to him yesterday. He was in a really bad cell phone area. He said he was in the hoops and the holler someplace down in Kentucky or Tennessee. Tennessee.
Chase their granddaughter.
Yeah, they are.
They're busy.
Yep.
Yeah, when you get your kids raised, that's just the beginning.
It is. We were at the local. That's my daughter. I said,
Is that the new pal?
no, she lives in. We hooked up at the local. Yeah, so we drove down a little. Signed for him that day.
Yeah,
that's
Oh my goodness.
That's great.
Let grandma spoil the heck out of us.
Yes. And I have an opportunity to spoil the granddog
Treat all of
because
us
my
off.
daughter, her husband are trying to do a lot of traveling.
It's
and,
tough because you got to stay on
they
top
just
of
got
each
back
one.
from
Look at
France.
each
They
one.
had the kids with them.
I mean, I
but
got notes. I got notes to look at. I
And of course,
reviewed
they're in
everything.
Tennessee,
Like, so I
so
know
we
which
have to
ones
watch
issues with. But
the dog.
Is this high tense?
yeah, it's and it gets tiring because you like
Well, and
somebody cracks a joke.
for a
you're
long
like,
time, they were in
But
Hawaii,
I mean,
and then
it's
they were in
pretty serious.
Seattle,
But
and we
it's
flew
tough.
out. I'm so glad.
This is the part people don't realize. It's this massive.
get so
Like
tired.
YouTube does not. You don't see the massive book that we're going.
But that's what it is. You got to chase your kids around.
That's the most people you get in a room too. Use your counsel. Except for it's not many, you only have George as the only person in the public, essentially. I know people will probably watch this on YouTube, and they'll probably be commenting like I voted no on the commissioners. That's what, everybody else has been yes so far, except for that one.
Well, I won't
So,
say a word. I probably
I think the 3% was fine. I don't think we need to do more.
I won't tell you, and then we'll look over and Robin will be like this. It's working.
Oh, I would be asleep, Mary.
I also think, when we come back to what we need to cut more, I think commissioners would be the one we need to look at the most.
Okay.
I couldn't get to the day.
Community correction.
All day at home, but if I'm sitting in a chair, I need coffee.
I'm gonna say I have to have my coffee in the morning, or I'm
I
I think,
no
do
good
you have
the
any problem
rest of
with
the
Judge
day.
Marshall's budget? I don't have any problem with it.
checked with Mary. didn't
Mary.
she?
I did not look at the judges that closely.
So are we moving judges up?
Judge Marshall first. His is pretty easy.
I guess we are.
Yeah, sounds
I didn't know, so I thought Deb said they have something they're in the middle of in court or
Yeah,
something.
I think we.
Marshall
need
needs to go.
Yeah.
wait.
Okay, guys, let's get started.
Yep.
We're going to go ahead and hear Judge Marshall first.
What court is he?
Superior Court 2.
Two.
Superior Court.
He is in two.
Oh, I did see a little mistake. Your 3%, that 217,474 or 476 should be 217,474.
That should be $2 less?
$3.
$3 left?
No, you're right, $2. $2 less.
Okay.
Yeah,
So 217, 472, 4 instead.
474, yes.
Okay,
That's rounding.
yeah.
Probably, that's a big round, but still, yeah. All right.
474.
474.
We weren't kidding when we said we were cutting this budget $1 at a time.
Dollars.
Yeah, you paid for someone else, so thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Judge, part-time, is this in line with what you're already doing in 25, or is it going up?
I increased that by the same 3% I did other salaries because I'm bumping up my part-time pay as well for
Kent said go ahead with that.
the 3%.
Called for something.
Okay.
And we're looking for any little thing, your equipment maintenance and repair, you really don't use too much?
It varies. We have things like a folding machine, which right now we're waiting on a part for. It's because we put in a bunch of things today for it to fold, and it folded one. So, it varies based on when things crash and burn. But right now, our folding machine is not operational. We haven't.
I
paid
don't
for
think that's a bad number just to have there
Yeah.
for maintenance. You didn't use a lot of your postage and printing and publications, those two lines.
Yeah, that's all those publications things come in a big group because we get supplements for some. We maintain some hard volume law books, and you get supplements for those, and it's a big chunk, but it's like once a year.
Okay.
So you get
You
to
spent 14,000 of it last year.
Yeah, 24 you spent.
yeah,
almost
they send you a big box with all your
Oh,
supplements
I was
in it.
looking at that as being what he had left, so that's my mistake.
Yeah.
And the jury meal and lodging, when does that apply?
That applies if like the jury is deliberating during a time when you would have to feed them. And also if they can't reach a verdict overnight, you have to house them because they're not allowed to separate in a criminal case unless the parties agree. Now, I do everything I can to keep that from happening.
Yeah, and you have how many people on a jury?
Well, in my court, it's usually 6 and an alternate, so that's
Okay.
7 people.
So at $150 a night for a hotel room plus $20 a night to feed them.
But he hasn't been feeding them very well.
If you had to do that a couple times, it would take $2,500.
That would be gone, yeah.
Right.
Okay, and you had in your CCD budget, I see, is just $700, and it says Braden folding machine.
Yes, yeah, that's a rental on the folding
That's
machine.
a rental, so that's
Yeah.
that's in CCD then?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
All right, I make a motion to approve Superior Court 2's 1001's county general budget with the change of the $2 change that Mary No pointed out earlier.
A second. On
Are
favor?
you over that $2? Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
We haven't voted. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
You're good.
Motion approved.
Thank you.
Okay, either one of you guys just come on up.
All right, I saw a mistake in yours, Judge.
What's my mistake?
Superior Court 1, I wrote down the mistake was your 144 was missing Judge Davis at $5,000.
Because it's not paid on the salary ordinance, it's paid
not.
to the state.
Everybody else I thought had it. That's why I was,
Oh,
the other judges had it. That's why I was,
okay.
On our,
Maybe it is on the salary ordinance, I'm not sure.
on 144?
yeah, all the other
Put
judges, I
it on his
think.
144.
Yeah, because like Judge Marshall had 5,000, but then he didn't have his, so I
It
noticed.
is on the
mark
salary
it and
ordinance.
update it.
Okay.
So we need to add that. If
Okay.
Add the
Judge
5,000.
Davis would like his
And do
5,000.
I have the right amount in for the salary for the court reporters?
Yes, you do.
It's 3% increase, so that'd be fine.
4,369.
We need to add the juvenile magistrate to,
That's circuit.
I know. Well,
No,
Circuit?
no.
It's gonna be his?
we could both talk about that.
Okay.
In a minute. I just wanted, in regards to my other budget items, the one thing I did point out was if you want me to do the evaluations, instead of 10, go back down to 5, and I come in front of you to ask you for more money, I can do that. That's what I did this year. I can do that again. I think we've spent almost 20,000 so far. So please understand why I would say, hey, it should be larger, because last 2 years we've spent more than 5, but I don't have a problem going back down to that, knowing, as long as I can come back and ask for more.
That's fine.
That's 31,302.
Is your printing and publication, I saw in 2024, you spent 2534. You're asking for 5,500 again. Can that be cut in any way, Judge?
Well, the only thing we do for that is we usually help out with, because our postage is under. I know my postage is going to go over this year. If you want to cut something out, I have no problem unless you understand, hey, it's cut. So if we have to come in and say, hey, we're short on this, because there's some of the money, and it's in the same category, Mr. Ward, and so we can transfer that into pay, things like that. And we had to do that when we did, like we use office equipment in regards to paying postage is a problem. We just paid a bill of like $7,000. I only got 10, and that was half a year. So I'm going to go over it.
On court interpreter, how is 2025 tracking?
We usually go through it, and we're probably gonna, but we try to pull it from somewhere else to pay. Mario, luckily his health's better, and he's back helping us all out. But I have had Pujami. I had to learn what that was. And then Creole, I've had that in my court now. Usually those are only downstairs with Judge Marshall. Now they're upstairs. That language line, I don't know if you guys get a bill. Deb, do you guys get a bill?
I'm not sure if that comes from you to claims. It doesn't come directly to.
I just call on the phone, and sometimes you can get somebody. If you ask for Spanish, no problem. If you ask for Creole or Pujami, I'm sitting there. So Judge Marshall's staff have been kind enough to say, here's some people, and luckily I had a Creole that I knew was coming in for a new hearing, and we got somebody to come over. But that's a unique language for getting an interpreter.
Never heard of it. Okay. So any of these smaller, like evaluation and witness fees, is that one you said?
That was the one I said, cut that back to 5, I'm fine.
Okay.
And just know, if things
to
keep happening, I'll probably come back.
Well, in corporate interpreter, you think you'll use it all. Postage, you'll definitely use it all.
Yeah.
Cell phones, in 2024, you spent about half of this request.
Okay, what's the request on the cell phones?
2,000
And how much? I only spent 1,000?
in 24. Yeah, last year.
I don't know, 1,200?
Okay, 1,200.
I don't want to short it. So
Hey, I pay Magistrate Coombs' phone out of that as well, so I'm just paying it. We don't need new phones. They gave me a new phone to give to Magistrate Coombs. So it's going to be the normal monthly bill that you get.
And you said printing and publication.
I just usually pull that to pay for my postage because I'm over.
Oh, because you're over.
Yeah. I've been over the last 2 years.
Equipment maintenance and repairs are just in case, or is that?
It's in case.
What kind of equipment do you have that you have to maintain or repair? A printer and.
Yeah, we got our printers, but I also, Bernie's been trying, but he hadn't done it, but I bought a TV to sit in front, and we've tried to get it so there's one in the back so the gallery can see if you know my courtroom to come in. So if you're sitting on this side, you can't even see it. Bernie said, well, you have to get something for that. There's no budget for that. And then what I'm trying to do is, and what I've learned is, if the state or the defense wants to come on their laptop and attach to that TV so they can control it, they don't want me to control it from up there on the bench. So they can just click, click, click. Well, then it can't go back to me. So if I'm on my monitor on Zoom, it can go to the TV, which also can go to the monitor at the witness stand. I set that up so, hey, if this is happening, everybody will see and everything. Bernie said we can't reverse it. So what's happening in my trial that I'm in right now and taking a break from is that the state goes up there and puts their laptop into the HDMI, and then it only stays on that TV. So if you're sitting over here, or you're my staff or myself, we can't see it. Now, our workaround has been, give me physical copies of what you're showing on the TV. That's how I worked around it. Otherwise, I've had to come off the bench and sit over in the jury box. I don't do that when we have jury, so I tell them, give me the physical copy. But it's those kind of things. I don't see that we're going to have any drastic amount of expenses. Our computers seem good. Our monitors seem good. We've had to order a mat recently, but honestly, I don't think we have lots. If you need to cut back on that, okay, just know if we need something, I'll need to come back in front of you.
So could we do 2,500 in case something comes up on equipment maintenance?
What is it now?
repair?
5,000.
Just if something comes up, just know I might come back.
And then going back up to office supplies.
And what number is that?
36,100.
36,100.
That's on page 1.
And on office supplies, you asked for 10,000 in 24, you spent 5,000. Could we, I know we're nickel and diamond, but we're doing that all
I
day to
understand.
try to
Okay.
come up with
Can you give me 7?
7?
Yep, 7's fine.
So I'll make a
If I don't
motion.
spend it, you guys get it back. But I
Right,
understand
right.
I understand what you're doing.
Yeah, yeah.
Could I ask
Is there
one
anything
thing
on page
real quick?
2? Anything on the next page?
Davis, just curious, on the postage, is that a requirement, like a state requirement that you send things out by
Yes, it is.
postage instead of
Yes, it is.
electronic?
Yes, it is. If they went to emails, it'd be yes, but they haven't done it. So we end up, that's what the folding machine, I think Judge Marshall was saying, we all have to do it. It's, you got to, our staff is folding them every day.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm going to run through the changes that we discussed to make sure everybody's on the same page, and then we can go for a motion after that. The budget, line item 21,100, office supplies reduced to 7,000. Line item 31,302, evaluation and witness fees reduced to 5,000. Cell phones, 32,402, reduced to 1,200. 36,100, equipment maintenance reduced to 2,500, and the rest stay as presented.
What was that number?
36,100.
Move to approve General Fund 1001 with those changes stated by our president.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, the juvenile magistrate. Scott? I don't care if you put it in my budget. We don't, our judge search budget.
Is it not currently in
The
any
juvenile
budget?
magistrate
It's in
didn't,
either budget right now.
it did not, and it's not in either one.
Let me ask a question. Is that definitely been okayed from the state?
No,
I didn't
no,
think it had.
you have to approve it, and I talked to IOCS last week, and they said if the county approves it, then they're likely to approve it, but you have to approve it to say, we'll
Okay,
pay
so
for our
we're in line first.
$41,393. That's what you pay. They pay everything else.
Now, do we also have to pay the 5,000 on top of that?
Would not answer that question, and unless,
Yeah, we
and
don't, we
unless
don't
the
have to do
state, if the
that.
state doesn't pay for that, then they don't get it. We don't get it.
Good.
If I remember right, they also pay the benefits, right?
They do too.
Yes.
Yeah, your cost is $41,393. And I'll tell you in regard, you heard it the last time about why we went from 20th to 8th. We're at 4.7. We have 3.9. I have a jury trial. I'm in break right now. I have another one on July 21st. I have 2 in August. They're all going, and I have 3 more that are going after this one, and I know I'm going to have 2 or 3 more at the end of the year, everybody just seems like they want to ask for juries left and right. I can't say no. We're doing the best we can in regards to stuff, but we're just really busy.
And then you also have the behavioral health court budget.
Yes.
That's behavior. There's somebody here to do that one.
Yeah.
Oh, a separate position.
Yeah,
Okay.
we don't have to keep, he's in the jury trial, so.
Okay, it does not matter to you guys if the magistrate is
care.
under circuit or under your,
Juvenile magistrate, I don't care.
or juvenile
You don't care, do you?
magistrate?
No.
We'll put it under sub one then.
That's fine, whatever you want to do.
Make a motion that we add the juvenile magistrate to the Superior One Court's budget in the amount of, can you repeat it, Judge?
$41,393. $41,393.
$393.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Seconded?
I did.
Robin?
I think Carrie can handle it. We did do that part-time on the, when she comes up on the VHC, we did do we bumped the part-time money up so we wouldn't hire a full-time field officer. So there's that change on that. I think that's what you guys was requesting, a part-time rather than a full-time because you don't have to pay benefits. So besides that, Carrie can handle things, okay? Anything else for me?
You're good. Thank
Go
you.
back to trial.
Okay, now we'll move on to circuit court.
Are you in a trial too?
Oh, it's busy.
Okay, I combed through the salaries, and it does appear that the reporter, bailiff, administrator, line 12005 is more than the 3%.
Okay. But
Yeah, it's 5.28.
thought I was okay on that. I'm just trying to, Patty and Sandy have worked so long, so I try to get them more, and then,
You guys did a salary amendment in 2025, which wouldn't have been reflected on this
Okay, so we were
previous year. So
calculating
that's
off of
why
that.
there's a little bit of a change. We're going to double check that for you. because
Okay.
Okay.
That's why it seems like it's more.
Math's not there.
Yeah, because it says 5.28%.
okay,
That's why.
I can make a mistake, that's for sure.
You also have elected official 5,000, which is fine. Magistrate Coombs 5,000, but you also say court commissioner 5,000. What's that?
Well, we shouldn't have that. I'll delete that out.
The old line for.
Okay, yeah. So I'll delete that out. That's my mistake. Yeah, just Magistrate Coombs. There's no court commissioner.
And yes, he did have a salary amendment. Which brought her salary up to $52,070.
I'm,
Prorated amount. So that wasn't.
Well, should we just submit an amended to knock that out, or 5,000?
No, you don't have to submit an amended.
Okay.
Yeah,
We'll
we'll just mark it
clear.
out.
Thank you.
Deb, did you come
which
up with a
one?
number for the calculation to be
We have
figured on?
magistrate.
No, I haven't done that yet.
Okay.
Which one are we knocking out?
Well, we were discussing that I had calculated the 3% on his reporter, bailiff, administrator, and it's over that, but Deb reminded me that we had made an amendment to that and changed it during the year, so it very well may be at 3%.
Right.
On that new number.
Yeah.
They're recalculating right now.
Well, actually, we don't have on his 144, we don't have the,
You don't have the current salaries, you only have
this might be a
their
revisit.
increases.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I support just leaving it as is until,
Judge Circus is
It's not
pretty good
enough.
with arithmetic. I'll bet it's correct.
I did have a question. Oh, sorry, go ahead. I thought you were-
But mine is on the
did the
5,000 magistrate and 5,000 court commissioner. Aren't they the same?
Yeah, that's an error.
That was an error. We already just-
put court
we already did
commissioner
that.
off.
Court commissioner's off.
Which one?
That's
Court commissioners, strike.
Next magistrate.
Okay.
So Gary O'Neill, is he in your budget?
Drug court.
Oh, drug court is a separate.
Yeah, it's separate.
It's separate, okay. So your only employees in this budget, Patty, Sandra, Lana,
And then I have the part-time people.
part-time, okay.
I have a motion on this budget.
I don't have their last year's salaries to do
And
any
that's okay, we're
calculation.
gonna just make an assumption that the 3% is calculated off of the correct number, because we're not that far off anyway. Yeah.
All right, I make a motion to approve Circuit Court General 1001 budget with the exception that the court commissioner line of $5,000 is striked out and that they're going to check to make sure it's still 3%.
Second.
Can I, after the second, can I have one more discussion item? We just asked DJ Davis if we could cut equipment maintenance and repair. Did I miss something, or is that apply the same to?
I need to cut that as well. I didn't hear what you told Judge Davis.
Well, we're just looking for small amounts this year, just little things that aren't typically spent, even if it's $1,000 here and there. So equipment maintenance and repair, you had 3,300. Last year you spent $252. Do you have an expected need for the 3,300?
I don't think so. Just probably so we can cut that.
1,000, would that suffice?
All right, I add to my motion that we also amend the equipment maintenance repair line from 3,300 to 1,000.
Second. Or did somebody else already second?
I think it was
Somebody
your
already.
Second. Yeah.
Okay,
Let Jim do it.
we have a motion that the circuit court budget approved as presented with the court commissioner removed dollars and the in favor?
Aye.
You're good.
Oh, very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Okay, so if we go back up to the top to get back in line here, community corrections would be next.
Morning.
Okay, under field officer, $27,694 request. The 3% of that should be $24,463.
So when we calculated, we actually, because I also want to remind you guys that we have to write our grant. So all of our funding is grant funded and project income. So we have zero county general dollars, but we have to write our grant prior to now. So my grants were due, I believe, in April. So we calculated salaries under 6% because of a few different reasons. One, DOC, which is our grant funder, we were below where we should have been anyway. So our program has changed drastically. We have right now 4 MRT classes running. We have 2 more that are getting ready to start. We went from running 0 programs to now we have almost 6 getting ready. We have 4 right now, 2 more that we're adding. Along with our case management. So DOC has recommended that my case managers moving forward all have bachelor's degrees. So in order to retain those staffs, we had to make competitive salaries. So when I did my budget, and it has been approved, I got the approval back from DOC that I was awarded my full grant. There were several entities that they got grant cuts because they weren't meeting certain requirements. I did not get any cuts, so my grant was approved, my grant budget was approved, and I received the award letter back, which Deb has. I think you got it in an email maybe a week or 2 ago from DOC, but I have it right here as well.
So none of this budget comes out of general fund?
None of it, nothing.
That's all.
Grant.
Project. Yep.
I support the idea of giving that have requirements put on them as far as the education status and that. I don't support the idea of giving raises position that is funded by a grant because it's not fair to me that some offices do not have the ability to go above and beyond the 3%. Not have grants to pull from, or they don't have secondary.
And she could have came to us and asked about the 6%. We would have told her, no, we're looking 3 to 5.
Yeah. So I have a problem with, because of the grants funding it, it's still tax dollars. Once the money gets into the county coffers, it's still tax dollars. So, with that said,
And is this field officer, is that the total pay for that field officer?
If you have a sheet that has the total pay,
Well, the answer is no. Okay.
the total pay is 55.
So what happens, you applied for this grant stating that these people would be paid the higher amount, or that's not part of the grant,
So we have to include everything in the grant application. So we have to include, like, it's proposed, so they know that we haven't received acceptance from you. They know that. They know that the grant is, it has to be turned in before we ever see council.
but what would happen if councilman had a problem with doing more than 3%? Does that negate anything?
I would have to just let DOC know that we couldn't use as much of that grant for that reason because it wasn't approved by council.
same on the case manager was adopted at $105,902, and the request is $162,628. But if you calculate the 3%, it should only be $109,079. That's a significant increase. That how many people?
So we have
I can count them. 1,
6. There are 6 case managers.
7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. 7.
Unknown case manager listed here. So
That's because
surely
we have one who's
new
retiring.
So you want to hire a new case manager?
No, we don't. We have one right now who's retiring October 10th. And so I don't know who will replace her, but she's retiring before 2026. So I don't know who's going to be in that role. It's not a new position. Yeah, well, and I don't know what the future is going to look like as far as our caseloads. I might not have to hire it right away, but it's built in the budget that I can if I need to. I have the grant funds available. We recently added some additional classes, and so that's taking away some of my case managers. They're spending time teaching classes, so I have to adjust caseloads accordingly so that no one is overwhelmed if they're teaching. If I have someone that's teaching 2 classes, I would obviously want to cut back their caseload and then give it to someone else. So I just have to always look at caseloads and where people are. Another thing too is with the case managers, with case management being a requirement, and because we've been meeting these requirements, that's why I didn't get any funds cut from my grant request. But part of that requirement is that my case managers have to pass a test. So it's a state test that they have to pass, and that's something that they never had to do before. So as my department has grown in the last year and a half, there are a lot of requirements that they didn't have before.
And that's true of all case managers?
Yes.
Office manager is more than 3%. Is just because all the others.
Across the board. Again, everyone's duties has shifted as our department has grown, and as we've made a lot of changes, it's impacted everyone in our department.
Discussion?
What would happen, I hate to tell somebody that's sourcing their funding outside of, the local tax dollars to turn them down. What would happen, if we said, okay, we accept this, and then next year they said, funding's cut, we're cutting the grant, could your other fund sustain the differential? Could it absorb?
It could right now, but I'm confident that that won't happen. I just had a meeting with DOC yesterday. They're very impressed with our program and the changes that we've made. And so I don't foresee that happening. We've had this grant for a very long time. The only reason that they've made cuts to some people is just because they're not changing with the requirements that they expect. And because we've done that, we're we're not having an issue. So I don't anticipate that happening, but yes, our project income is also in a good place.
And on the bachelor's degree, you said, that's coming up now, so I'm sure you'll take that into consideration for new hires.
Any new
but-
hire that I've hired 3 new case managers, and they all have bachelor's degrees.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 case.
We have 6 technically, because we have 6. One of them is retiring October 10th. So whoever I fill that position will also, that's a requirement moving forward and has been.
Actually, there's 7 if you keep that one position available.
Yeah, well, right now though, that role right now is filled by Kelly Perry, who her role is deputy director and was before me, but I'm not wanting to fill that as a deputy director. I'm just wanting it to be a case manager, so it would be a lesser salary than what she's paid right now.
The retiring
Yes.
person?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's that approximate margin between what that position pays and a case manager?
About 15,000. Roughly. I don't have the exact math right in front of me, but that's what it would
No,
be
I
roughly.
was just looking for a ballpark. And does that mostly cover the difference between the standard 3% and the excess that the state is willing to give her for the case managers? Probably
It does.
covers
It does.
that plus some if she hires.
There just
in the
wasn't,
next-
there's just not a need, and that's what we were, when I was doing this budget, when I was thinking about the future, the deputy director position was a position that was there before me. I didn't have a deputy director when I was in Wayne County. When I came here, there's just not really a need. I'm very active with my role, and so a lot of those duties I've absorbed. And so really we have more of a need for case management, which is which is a lot of what Kelly's doing right now. And so it just makes sense to make that position a case manager position once she retires.
I'm going to make a suggestion, and that's all it is just a suggestion. On the case manager, if we allocated an additional $1,000 per person because of the requirement of the degree, that would increase that 105,902 to 111,902, and then take that times 3%. So then the raise would be on top of the additional $1,000 that they would get for having to have that bachelor's degree. That would change that 160 to 115,259. Is that reasonable?
I'm not sure I followed.
Well, she said there were 6 case managers, and if we increased their pay by $1,000 to recognize their requirement of a bachelor's degree and added it to the base of the 2025 adopted budget, that would total 111,902, and then take that times the 3% raise.
I guess my only question is, are you going to do that for any department that comes in and says, I'm not requiring a master's, or I'm not requiring this?
I'm doing it because the requirement is there. It's like in the assessor's office, they
Right.
have required certifications, and there's a statute that says how much those are paid, and for the different levels that they acquire. So the requirement of education and degrees, I think, should be recognized.
But
It's just-
she's not doing that on her own accord. She's taking the state DOC recommendation. It's not like she just is.
Oh,
It's not
okay.
like Deb
I see
saying,
what
"I
you're
want a
saying.
master's degree next time I
Yeah.
replace."
Yeah,
she's
no.
following DOC state
Who
recommendation.
is under? I mean, that's who funds my department.
Is it a
So
recommendation or a directive?
no, it's a directive.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Okay.
basically we had an
Okay, that's better.
assessment.
That's what I'm asking,
Yeah,
though,
and
for the
is, but
public
is
and for
1,000
us.
enough? Is that a reasonable amount to bump their pay because
Yeah,
of that
that's
requirement?
fair, that's fair.
Then
And it cuts that 162 down as well.
Yeah, it would take it to 115,259, unless somebody else has an opinion. That would be under case manager.
What would that take that to?
115, 250.
115?
That would
And
give
you'd
each
appl-
of those people $1,000 to recognize the requirement of the
Yep.
bachelor's degree, and then 3% on top of that.
And you're just looking at that just for the case
This is just
managers?
the case manager line item, 12300. That's the only line I'm talking about. If you go down to the office manager and only give them the 3%, that 20,194 would be 27,005.
What was that, Mary? 27 what?
27,295.
Thank you.
The field officer, same thing, 3% of the 3,750 is 24,473. Part-time jumped about $7,000. Is more part-time people?
Yeah, I mean, we've had one administrative staff, and we need more than one.
I'll just leave that as is. That's my take on some of those line items.
Is there any lines that you want to cut, Kent?
No, how much of this, we used to get reimbursed?
All of it?
Yeah, do we
Yeah.
still get
None
reimbursed?
of this is county general.
This is all,
County
Okay.
general.
yeah, this is.
Right, this is community, so we still get reimbursed.
It's all fees,
Yeah.
Grant.
fees.
So when we talked about those numbers you just read, Mary, since these salaries are split, which fund did you say?
Well, we're working on Fund 1122.
Yeah, case manager.
Is the case manager line item that I'd made that suggestion.
Does that, so when we look at, sorry, I'm trying to keep up here. So where she has provided the split on this page that shows half of most salaries coming from Grant 9112 and half coming from 1122, does any cut make more sense to come from one versus the other? Can you even do that? Must it be divided equally?
The bottom line for the grant is that I was awarded a set amount of dollars, and I turned in the budget to reflect that amount of dollars that I was awarded, which is $321,169. So that is my grant. That's the amount that I was awarded. I had to turn in a budget to match that exact amount, and that is what I did.
And my concern on the grant, if they find out that we're doing less, then they may continue to give us less.
Yeah.
Because they think, well, they don't need that.
Yeah,
apparently. And I think
that's why
we
I'm
do.
saying I'm a little leery
We want
about.
to use it all up.
Now, I don't mind shifting that
Right.
monies to another line item if you see a need for care. I'll come back to what my problem is the offices that don't have the ability to go above 3% unless we take it out of the general fund. I don't like that there's offices that have grant money that they can splurge with more, and that's my reasoning behind that.
I understand. I also want to point out too, though, that we have worked very hard to be able to keep those grant funds. We've added a lot of job duties that we didn't have before in order to keep those grant funds. So I wouldn't just say that it's just money that's given to us. It's money that is earned because of the programming and the things that we're doing.
Well, and I'm having trouble keeping up on to the penny on the math, but if we cut, when I look at the actual amount of what's proposed, and again, we're not funding this from general, depending on how much we try to ask her to reduce it, if we start looking at other people, just like it came up earlier, well, other people make this much. Are they going to be making less than, even though we don't fund their
I'm not looking
budget?
at it from that point of view. I'm not looking at comparing her to another office. I'm looking at the 3% as our recommendation.
I agree.
Period.
Our recommendation is 3%. It's fairness. So unless you have a special reason why we need to give you a bigger amount than 3%.
And we did recognize that with $1,000 for the bachelor's degree.
Okay.
Debbie?
I have a question regarding your deputy director, that you've got that money. Were you moving it down to the case manager? Are you gonna try to fill that position?
That line would just be changed from deputy director to case manager when that time comes.
So it's just a shift.
Okay. So if you, I just want to make sure that we didn't
So if you
cut
cut
that.
that case
Yeah.
manager really low, then you're removing part of the pay for that deputy director that's been moved down.
So back to my question, we don't want to cut anything from the grant. It is all coming from 1122, and everything stays the same in the grant line item. And then you're allowed to do that. If 1122 does not pay an exactly equal amount of these salaries as the grant, there's no problem with that.
Correct. And I will say too, we've made other efforts. I mean, I got rid of many vehicles. I know there was vehicle concerns. We're down to having our one vehicle that our field officer comes to the office, picks up, goes and does his work, brings it back to the office. We have a tracking device on the vehicle just for protection of knowing where it's at. So we've made those efforts. We've heard you with those concerns.
That was my question. The math doesn't add up on 39,600 and 44,800. You took the 30,000 out of the 44 line item, I'm assuming is a cum capital, or is a capital line item, but you took the 44,800, the 30,000 out of that and moved it to the 39,600, but you only moved 10,000. And you used 17,000 in 2024, and now you're gonna have 10,000 in there. So you've reduced down to one vehicle. Is that why you're doing that?
Correct. We have two vehicles. One of them is only used for when we are doing trainings. So if we have trainings, I'm not going to ask staff to take personal vehicles. They can take that vehicle. The other vehicle is used on a daily basis with our field officer.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion? Does anybody? You want to
I'll-
make the motion?
I'll make a motion.
Want to make the motion?
Well, I think so. 1122 would be as written, with the exception of what the field officer would go to 24,462.
463.
Okay.
I get that tall.
Case manager would go to 115,295.
No.
No?
That's how we.
Yes, you're right, yes.
How does that add up?
It is the $105,900. $1,000 to that, give them all a raise because of their degree. And then after that was totaled, it was $111,902. Take that time, all raise, and that's how you come back to 115.
59.
59.
And the office manager would go to 27,295.
Yes.
And I think that's it. No?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm gonna say no.
Motion passes 6-1. You're welcome.
Is there another fund?
And Fund 9122 would go as written.
Second.
9122 has case managers there as well. So those have no increase at all. That's just a split of the different case managers paid out of two different funds.
Yeah, so all of my staff are paid out of two different funds. They're paid partially out of the grant, partially out of my project income.
Okay, so recognizing that additional for their bachelor's degree, but we approved it in Fund 1122 is not going to be a problem. Disbursement as to where you want it to go. Is that true, Deb?
If I'm reading this correctly, you made all the changes to the grant fund, so you wouldn't probably want to make
Project
changes,
income.
or project income, you probably wouldn't want to make any changes here.
Okay.
You have to look at the 144.
Yeah, because they got their.
Because you
full
didn't
raise.
increase anything from 2025, did
Clear
you,
as mud.
on this 9122?
No.
It's-
On the
If something's
grant?
being
No,
paid
because
out of
the grant, we were
fund
actually
and there's
awarded
no
the same amount
increase in the
last year
grant
as this
fund,
year.
That would mean the
So that-
other one
yeah.
needs to go up more than 3%, or
Made all the
the
changes
grant
on
needs
the
to go up 3%.
other side.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, like, to cut from 162,000 to 115,000 across 6 people.
But
I'm
the
having- that's why I
other
said-
fund, but the other fund is not being changed at all, so you'd have to,
Right, but you need to double, if you're putting 3% on 105, half their salary is paid from the grant, and we're not applying 3% to that.
gotcha.
So we're only applying 3% to half of their salary. That's why I voted no, because I can't make sense of how you get from
Morgan,
162 to 115.
Can we?
We need to add 3%
increase
to this
the case manager line in the grant, or are you at the max?
Well, if I did, I can, I just would have to rework other things, so I would have to shift things from the grant to
Okay.
project income. I mean.
Or her
So-
fee account can just absorb the full 3% raise so that she doesn't have to go back to DOC.
Which it can, and I would prefer if that's what's happening.
So, so maybe we need
6% then on one and
1122 and increase the
Yeah.
increase from
Salary.
Yeah,
3%
but it's two
to
different funds. I just
6%.
want-
Yeah, because you basically just cut them to a 1.5% raise on their total salary is what just
I
happened.
run
Got it.
my own
No,
company.
I got it.
can't- I couldn't remember.
Okay, so let's go back to
Have her
11.2.
rework that and put her also on the August budget and come back with the.
That would be fine. Do you guys want to ask her to come back the first week of August with new numbers, or do you want to go ahead and vote on it? It's up to you.
I would rather.
We
just
can
vote
do
on
it.
Okay,
Get it
Yeah.
done.
so let's get that number
Would-
modified.
Would you, Mary, go back to Fund 1122? You did the calculation for case manager, remember?
Yes.
You now, rather than adding 3%, add 6% and come up with that number, please.
Look at that.
Yeah, I do. I wish I didn't. Worse, it's kind of worse, not better.
Is,
It's government.
okay.
I know, it does. It goes.
118,616.
100 and,
18,616.
that doesn't sound quite right.
No, I did it twice, but that's what
Did you?
this thing said.
Did you add the 6,000 in
Yeah, I
again?
took
It
the
was a
6,000 plus the 105,902, which makes
Times
111,902 times 1.06
Yeah.
comes to 118,616.
Can we look at it? Oh, it doesn't say 2025
On the summary sheet,
on the summary, so.
you've got to add these two 144s.
118,616.
That's
Okay.
accurate.
I'd like to modify my motion on 1122,
Or make a new motion.
make a new motion
Yeah.
on 1122 to make the case manager line 118,616.
Have a second?
I'll second that. Aye.
Opposed? And not make any
Right.
changes in that case manager line.
I move we accept 9122 as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I think that's it.
Thank you.
Did you have any CCD?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, dear.
On the schedule,
Not great.
Warner is, yes.
An hour behind.
We did.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What you got for me, Al?
Kind of jump the gun, did our revisions.
Oh, good. Nothing wrong with that.
Yes, we did have a decrease of $1,000 from last year's budget. We kept the payroll in the same amount. And we also went to a computer software program that was issued by the state instead of a purchased program for our cases.
And basically, the main revision from our original submitted. Entry level position up to 38. And several other. Deal with less.
Got a couple.
Which overall is just
Okay.
reduce our budget by.
So overall, you're trying to go from some part-time to a full-time person, correct?
Savings.
We don't have anyone in the office.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, just bottom line, that's what you're, okay.
I'm confused.
So the
Did you say
costs
you
that
lowered
don't
your
show up in
salaries?
here are the
For the
fixed
new
costs of
position.
an employee.
Yeah, so we're still talking about a brand-new position that doesn't exist, is that what we're saying?
Correct.
Yeah, there's still
To
that.
include benefits and
Correct.
From
Yeah, the deputy went from
Part of it.
43.6 to 48.
That's
other salaried employee would be?
I'm gonna follow my.
apparently,
Right here and right here.
yeah.
Take the deputy and the other salaried employees and add those two together. And then take that times 3%, back on back in either way. Both slightly overstated. 40, well, no, I take that back. The deputy is understated and then the salary is overstated. So, change those, or I think they're close enough that we could leave them at.
So last year, deputy line, basically what we did to fund the salary for this new position is we. So really for this new position, the only additional ask is for the benefits, which is in the commission.
So the salary's included in what you already had.
Is that deputy a full-time person?
Did the commissioners vote on a recommendation for another full-time employee?
I thought the deputies were on call.
Yeah, they're not full-time positions,
No.
So our,
so there's no benefits, just.
Currently.
So the deputy is a full-time person,
this new person would.
They're trying to add a
but the
brand new.
salaried employees
Oh, I knew that.
are
But just benefits,
call.
nothing
Same
else.
amount of salary. We're basically decreasing the amount of part-time hours, and we're making that full-time position so they can be here Monday through Friday when a majority of a lot of our services and procedures will take place.
Yeah, the money really for the salary of the person is already there, but it's the increased costs of a full-time person that doesn't show up. That's what we're talking about.
Versus if we had somebody, not instead of 35 hours, having 28 hours. If you made them a part-time person,
Yeah,
Right,
still paid them well,
yeah,
right.
just you don't want to have the benefits.
yeah. I'm very much opposed to adding another position with new benefits, given the cuts we're trying to make and how much we still have to go. I mean, that's another $35,000 plus that's, and the commissioners, did they vote to recommend this
I would
hiring?
have to go back and look in the minutes. Part of me thinks, pardon?
Hey,
I
Did
think
you say yes?
There was.
What?
At our joint at the joint commissioner and council meeting, it was a
And,
favor.
and it's, in my mind, it's probably a good thing to do, but maybe next year.
Okay.
Not, I mean, we're trying not to add any more full-time people that take all the
I
benefits.
do like having somebody there full-time because, you know, everybody else works. And so you have to call them and they have to undo themselves from work and so forth.
Okay.
Your loved one, you want them dealt with. You don't want them to have to take longer than what's needed. So I do like that position. I don't know if this is the right time, but I do like having the office, somebody in it full-time.
I see that too, but you could make this, instead of being 5 days a week, they do 4 days a week.
Or you could have
So-
somebody that works 8 to noon and somebody that works noon to 4,
Right, or the coroner could be there, you know,
Yeah.
one day.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
I would say that would be my.
you
That's
could
it.
do something like that, and then the next year say, oh, well, this doesn't work, we need to change it to this, and then we,
Have a bigger picture
Yeah.
understanding.
I certainly understand that. I have a designated day that I'm at the office, so I mean,
So
we are a growing office and we're just trying to do the right thing for us and the county, but we can certainly work with things like that. And,
So are we in agreement to
recommend
the
that
sheet
we-
that they sent out, or?
I should have printed off.
Because if
everyone's-
so, we need to change the numbers on our line items here.
Well, I
We
guess
haven't
I'm
gone
gonna
through those.
recommend that we make the change that they're talking about, not in 26, but look in.
no, it'd be this.
Forward in 27, and we increase the deputy line item by 3%.
So if we did
That was supposed to be the
part-time,
full-time we're saying, though.
we would need to just delete that other salaried employee line, deputy line with
Where do we do it
98,000.
all?
Actually is a 6%. I should have printed out more of those. This is the part-time option. I can make copies and have you look at it.
So the deputy line could go to what?
You're gonna take that 48,000, put it back into the deputy line, but it's gonna be for a total.
We can't do that if we're gonna pay one person as a part-time employee. I have to be a part-time line item.
There does, okay.
And then, dollar amount plugged into that, and then you establish that, part-time person at what? $5 an hour, or is that what you're?
It looked like he was gonna do
equating to?
27.69.
The deputy line item right now is
That's under the
part-time.
other,
Yeah, that's what I was
that's under
confused.
It's
other. I
already
was gonna leave the
part-time,
other
Mary.
salary
It's always been a
alone
part-time.
and
Mary?
just change the deputy to part-time and, equate it to a 25 per hour day. And then what you,
Is that what it pays
and
now?
well, that's what he's got on his sheet here.
But that deputy line has always encompassed a lot of deputies,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
It's,
Well, it doesn't
On an
matter
hourly
if it's,
basis,
I mean,
right.
$25 an hour for, it's gonna be.
it's part-time right now.
regardless. Yeah. So if you take $25 an hour and then you only work,
But he's saying the line item could be 98,310.
no, because we can't lump sum salaried employees. line item
They're
with
not,
that.
they're all part-time.
They're all part-time.
Everybody's
Already.
part-time.
Everybody's part-time.
Well, then we need to change
Verbiage?
the verbiage. Yeah, salaried employees makes it sound like they're,
So you delete that.
Yeah.
I think everybody just be under part-time.
That's what this is right here. You can make a
So,
copy so you can see.
so I
this.
would move that we approve
We-
the coroner's budget with the change to deputy line to 98,310
And the removal of the 67.
and the removal of the, yeah.
Going with this plan that I have here, and I apologize, it's not in front. This actually reduces our budget by about 12,000.
Right.
Hey, Alex, now this isn't, you don't get paid hourly, you get paid per call, is that right, or no?
So our
Yes.
part-time deputies that work in the evenings and on the weekends. Right now, no one is paid per hour except for myself.
And what do they get paid per call?
185 per call.
185 per call.
Yeah, and that's no matter
Did I
how
get
many
a
hours
second?
it takes.
Yeah, how long it takes them.
And that's why we keep it, the deputy line the way that you
Call for the
have it.
question.
Well, What are you gonna do about the rest of the
Yeah, I
thing?
don't know, yeah, the rest of the
Well,
changes.
that's just, that's just for the
Yeah.
personnel. What are you gonna do about the rest of the
Let's
budget?
get the personnel figured out before we try to
Okay.
jump around too much.
I'd take the 12,000 and be happy.
43.6. Thousand's gonna get rolled into one line item of $100,600. Is that what you're saying?
No, he's saying 98,310.
Oh, well, let's go with
Yeah, it's
that.
98,310.
98,310.
I know.
I got you there.
Why did you reduce the
I want some of your
autopsies
coffee.
and mortgage?
We've decreased it by what we're doing right now. So right now we're projected at 45. So we was told to drop different things, so we dropped 5 autopsies. That
Let's take
still
it to
could
be
be
happy.
over, but right now, for the first part of this year, it was at 21, so we was projecting around 45.
What was the total for the deputy?
Well, it was, the,
98,310.
originally was 115, but now he's saying it's 103.
98,310.
Okay, I think I got it.
And when we look across the rest of the budget and compare the 24 spend to this request like we have with everyone else, does anything,
I think just the paper he gave us, I think we should make all the changes except for maybe the autopsy thing probably should stay as is. We need to cut that because I think I'd leave it at 115.
okay, so office supplies to 2,500
Yeah.
and coroner scene supplies, 2,500. 2,500.
You maybe put like $500 for computer software just in case.
Yeah, that's a good idea. 500.
Just in case.
Keep uniforms the same.
I would probably leave autopsy at 115
Yeah.
Yeah, I would too.
because I mean, I don't want them to keep coming back because you never know. I mean, if they save money there, then they save money there.
And, you know, I would even though they could take 2,000 on training, if we're asking them to seek out multiple part-time people that might need trained versus one person that needs trained, I would leave that at 3,000.
Fine.
And
Keely,
then,
can I share this with you just so I can make sure you guys are clear too? So, line meeting on April, we did the commissioners favorable recommendation to council to create a full-time position. So we didn't create it, we just
Recommended it.
recommended it.
yeah, and we can revisit that next year. Yeah, so Jim made a motion that never got a second. There was a lot more discussion. Shall we start with a new motion?
Yeah, start with a new motion.
Will
Should I
you,
make
will
it, or
you
would you like
revise
to?
your motion?
You go ahead.
I'll make a new motion since Jim's died in conversation, for lack of a second. To approve the coroner's budget as presented with the following modifications: revision to deputy line item to 98,310, removal of other salaried employee of 67,000, revising office supplies to 2,500, revising coroner scene autopsy supplies to 2,500, revising fuel to 2,500, revising computer software to 500.
I'd just like to add that the 98,310, add, say deputy, but it needs to say part-time beside it. So that's a little more clear for us even when we're looking, know that that's part-time people.
Understood completely.
Second, the motion made by Ms. Buttram.
Did you go on to toxicology and?
All
We're
in
not
favor?
changing those.
I don't think we decided to change any of that.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Okay.
Got it on here.
So Mary, do we need to submit a new 144?
Yes. Scott asked that we leave that the same, and I asked that we leave training because we're asking to hire more than one part-time person.
It looks like we're, CASA.
They did spend
Man,
this year. They did spend over one.
maybe they think there's a fewer deaths this year.
Maybe.
Maybe. Somebody somebody offers it, I think.
You probably caught the drift if you're sitting out there while we've been doing this, that we're looking at line items that could show a slight reduction based on usage from the prior year. If you have any suggestions to that?
I don't really have any that we aren't using, so I don't have any that I think that we're able to cut.
And this is just talking about the general fund right now.
Correct. We pretty much use the money that we get.
Have a motion for the general.
Is the
Can you do anything in the meeting and travel?
the part-time part on CASA?
You don't realize.
Yeah, so that's the biggest increase that I'm asking for.
She's asking for a 23% increase for part-time budget.
Yeah.
And what will happen with, who's doing what with that?
So that's a social media and marketing manager. She is a vital position that we have because she plays the biggest role in volunteer recruitment and retention, and we serve the children with the volunteers. She has a bachelor's degree in marketing, and when we started our department in 2020, we were really small, and we've grown a lot in the 5 years. And she has just played a huge role in that, and I'm just trying to prevent any chance of her not wanting to stay in that role because it just plays a big part in our volunteers. And we're the fastest growing county in the state, and the amount of children that we're serving has been exponentially higher, and that's going to continue.
But is that, so you have a full-time person that does that and it will remain one full-time person?
She's part-time. I'm not asking for it to be full-time. I'm asking for the wage to be higher and to continue to be part-time so that there's no benefits.
What was she making an hour currently?
She's at $18.70,
And this would
and
take
I'm asking her to be 23.
to 23?
So it's more than a 3% increase.
Yeah, we've been real sticklers today about the 3% increase on salaries.
I've heard that. She's worth that and more.
And I don't,
But everybody would argue that. Every department, assessor would come in, auditor, my people were worth this, I deserve more. What pushes this over that says, we've got to do it? Is
there any training that this person singles them out?
She has a bachelor's. There isn't training required for her position that's any different than the rest of our positions. The 5 of us have all had the same training, and we have continuing education and ongoing training.
but there is room within, like if we increased the budget line item by 3%, that doesn't say that she can't work her less hours and pay her more per hour with that budget.
Yep.
So you could pay her more per hour if she's worth more per hour, but you'd just get less hours out of her, and then we'd still be within our 3%.
29,050.
She's at 29 hours right now.
29.
Did you get any of did the state cut grants this year?
They have, some of the funding has been cut, yes.
What about other parts of her budget?
She said there's nothing she can cut.
Well, why would mileage double?
We don't, because that's how much we were driving. We were moving money into that line previously, so we got that approved last year, and went from, it's not doubling this year. It doubled last year.
Doubled last year.
Yeah, because we're using that much, we're spending that much. I mean, our kids are all over the place. That's the only reimbursement we have for volunteers is mileage.
Well, and then meeting and travel tripled. More than tripled.
They're going to Florida. I don't know.
I'm just was trying to.
Travel.
I was just trying to find other money in the thing.
Which one did you say tripled?
Well, it was
Meeting, travel,
2024 was $800. Now it's $3,000. Meeting and travel, and I was just trying to find money in other parts of the budget to supplement what she's talking about up there.
Yeah. And that's why I asked about the grants too, because I know, so
We are
the program coordinator, is that getting paid out of grant
Yes.
money?
Because it says you used, you budgeted $1,000 in 2024, you used $799, and now it's $3,000. Well, I was saying, even if you took 1,000 out of it, it would help with the other part of that increase.
Or is there any
For the
any
person.
increase could you give her the standard 3% out of the county budget? And is there any you could pull out of the grant,
State.
the state fund
Yeah, we've never done that before. I could
to,
offset that.
we used to? Because I hate to, state funding and grants aren't always sustainable. They're
Right.
not always given, they're not always guaranteed.
Especially right now.
Especially
printing
right
and
now.
publication is double,
But
too.
I think the concern is if we're looking
Trying
at
to
giving
get-
someone a 23%, and I know the program needs it, love it, but if we could stick with the 3% out of the county and then look at the state, the 1213 fund,
Yeah.
for that money to come from there.
Yeah.
Thoughts up here?
I'm fine with whatever. Kent seems to have eye on a couple of lines that
Okay.
he wants to reduce, but I like your idea of supplementing that salary through the grant if there's monies that she can use to do that, so that'll take care of that, so.
Only reason I don't like suggesting that is because they're not, like when Morgan was up here, grants aren't always guaranteed, even though Morgan had gotten hers for the last 3 years.
know.
They're not guaranteed and they're not sustainable. They're,
I mean, I like you had said about the meeting, travel and lodging. I mean, I'm happy to take that back down to 1,000 and can I put that 2,000 towards the,
That's what I was talking about,
Yeah.
doing something like that, put that towards the thing. Even, your office supplies could come down a little bit, they're up $2,000 from the last year's spend, unless you know of something that's causing you more. And then, we're not seeing anything for training. It was a couple $1,000s, but I'm not seeing any spend at all. Did you not do?
we aren't spending it because I'm doing the training.
Okay, so I
When
mean,
we train new
even if you
volunteers.
took 1,000 there, next thing you know, you got 3,500. You got more money that would be better spent probably up in the part-time, and then you wouldn't have the big increase, or wouldn't have as much increase on the total budget. That's my suggestion. So
Why
I
don't you
mean,
put that in a motion?
Real quick, the 1213 fund,
Yep.
I assume has specific allowable uses, right? So we started talking about, when you start saying, well, we could cut
oh,
training.
you're saying that you can't go from one fund to the other.
Right, we
Correct.
can't cut money in training and put it over here in general for part-time
Okay.
help, so these two pages are separate.
So we're staying one thing,
right,
but.
they are.
Right now, all I'm doing is asking for a motion on the general fund.
General.
Okay,
Right.
so,
General
but
fund.
her
And if
her
you cut
part-time was
some
20,
line item in the
was
total,
28,207,
you could add a
right?
Timeline.
And,
maybe.
the
Well,
three,
it's already paying
29,053.
for.
okay, so that's 1,000.
Has-
And then if you took, if you took 2,000 out of meeting and travel, and added up to that, it gets her to 32,000. Is that something that's acceptable in part-time, 32,000? And then, let her deal with how she raises and how she works, how many hours and stuff like that. As long as she doesn't go over 29, we're okay.
You're saying reduce meeting, travel, and lodging in the general fund to 1,000 from 3,000.
Right.
Change the part-time line.
And change the part-time line to 32,000 instead of 34,600.
Make that your motion and as presented the rest.
To 32,000 even instead of 34. And then, did you say something about
No.
printing and publication or mileage? None
I
of
think the
that?
rest of it as presented.
Okay.
Okay, can you put in a motion?
That's my motion, passing the CASA general fund, except for line 12100, part-time, taking it down to 32,000 from 34,684, and also taking the line item 39200, the meeting and lodging, down 2,000 to read $1,000.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. So now we'll move on to Fund 1213.
Yep.
It stayed exactly the same.
Yep.
I move we approve as written.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And before we go any further, and I know we are behind a little bit, what do you want me to do about lunch? Time to get it ordered and either picked up or delivered?
I say we bring it in.
I'd just say bring something in.
We want to,
Filet.
Prime rib.
No.
So we're breaking for lunch.
Doesn't allow for that. I vote no
We
on
have a
that
lunch
one.
break from 12 to 1:15.
Lobster from the, like, the 1800s when you used to prison food.
If you're gonna get lobster, we'll get your crawdads from Sugar Creek.
There you go, there you go.
Ruth, Chris, deliver.
great food truck. Maybe we could just.
Do they?
They got a food truck.
Along with
Cluster truck.
margarita.
Yeah, a margarita machine. Okay, does anybody have a problem with, I know we eat Subway a lot, but it's easy. They have a tray, it's called 30 thirds, and they take the sub and cut it into thirds, and there's 30 pieces in there. And then everybody can just grab one and
fine.
eat along the way. Is that okay?
That's fine.
We're gonna take our lunch breaks because we have some stuff we've got to do from 12 to 1:15.
Okay, is there anybody that knows anybody that can go pick this up for us?
Well, if they take a lunch break, don't we need them here to keep the minutes? We
I mean,
can't not.
there's a scheduled lunch break.
Oh, we
I mean,
can do things without them.
Get out, move our legs,
Mary
and
has
get
You
a
can't
bite.
walk down to
The other Mary
Turbidley
has
anymore, it's gone.
all of this.
That's what we used to do.
Next year, Smash Burgers.
Oh, smash burger,
Mary,
that's true.
don't forget Greg, put him in, a fork,
Oh, I
for-
didn't. I was just gonna ask for his credit
a fork for him.
We'll send Greg to go get it.
Yeah. So.
I mean, because we need them here for.
I know, if we can't vote through things through a lunch break with Mary and Deb both gone, I mean, they're gonna miss it all, then.
All right, then we're just
Why are
gonna.
they
It
leaving?
gets
They
recorded.
said they have to take a lunch. They
Okay,
said
we're
they
gonna
need
move
it.
on.
It gets
and we're gonna
recorded.
hear drug court, and we'll discuss this news in a half an hour.
What did you decide?
Nothing.
I think some people are just gonna have to leave too.
We're
Yeah.
just doing drug court.
We're so far.
We're trying to go eat, guys.
Or I guess it,
Not you.
oh, yeah, it's still good morning. In listening to what everyone has to say, I will go ahead and reduce what I've submitted on a couple of line items. I had increased meeting and travel by 1,500 due to increased travel costs. I can bring that back down to 5,000, as I do use the 5,000. We have one state conference and then one national conference that we go to, and that's were attended by myself, field officer, and my drug court navigator.
The drug court coordinator and the field officer calculated above 3%.
It should have just been 3%. Because both of our salaries together were $118,006, times 3% is $3,540.
Same thing, that it was over.
Yeah.
Did you
If
guys
work
have
on
a
them individually-
mid-year increase?
The
what?
field officer got
Gary
an
did.
increase in December of 5,000, remember?
No.
Yes.
Yeah, because it was a whole ordeal about he'd
Yes.
had a take-home vehicle that he was told to quit driving.
So that's just the field officer is actually at 58,063, adding $5,000.
He was at 53,063 in 2025.
Then they gave him a
That's-
$5,000 raise.
Why not
In
like
December
that?
of 2024, he got increased to,
We got the whole
which
year.
is what you have on the 144.
I was just going by.
He was at 50, yes, 53 is what was approved. And then at the joint meeting in December, he received a $5,000 increase, which brought him up to 58.
Even?
So would that be reflected on the report?
144.
Yeah. times 1.03
To increase
makes
the
it
budget at that point, we'd already adopted it.
Right.
59.
So it wouldn't have been reflected in the reports.
Correct, it would not be reflected in the budget.
That's where the difference is,
Really?
because the reports I printed out showed a different amount.
Okay, then I'm going to suggest that we reduce the drug
104?
coordinator to $61,741. And the field officer, we recognize that there's an additional $5,000 in his 25 salary is 58. Actually, a little bit more.
Well, he doesn't, remember, the department heads divided up. Everybody doesn't get a flat 3%. So what's been presented here is a little less than 3%.
Yeah, he was going to be getting,
He just got a $5,000 raise 6 months ago, and the presented budget for him is $559,104.
Wasn't that $5,000 an agreement that the commissioners made with him about the removal of a vehicle?
It was
And
about the vehicle because long before us as commissioners, somebody forgot to tell somebody, not in your compensation package. It never was in the compensation package, but people thought it was in the compensation package. So the right thing to do, since it was one person and no one else was ever going to do this for, was we asked for $5,000 to supplement that.
raise, it's
Supplement the car.
deferring the compensation of taking away. That salary is 58,063. The 3% rate, 59,805, which is a little higher than what was requested, but
And what was the number you gave on the one above that?
61,741.
So if you add those up, though, we didn't tell department heads that they have to give exactly 3% to each person. We have 2 employees
Right.
here.
The
So they
judge-
might not both get exactly 3%.
Right.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
Well, but you gotta remember, you gotta take 3% of the 53, not the 58. I think you're making that mistake, Keely. The numbers aren't correct.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying when you're coming up with the 3% and saying that's what these 2 people are getting hardcore, if the judge wanted to give her more and give Gary
Yes.
O'Neill less because he just got $5,000.
That's why.
Who are we to say that Beth has to give up her extra 0.5% and give it
Thank
to
you,
Gary
Keely.
O'Neill? That's what I'm trying to say.
Did not raise her salary more than 3%. because
The
she's
judge is her boss. Correct, judge is the one
Judge
who
had us
makes these.
split the 3% based on the 118.
This was all in Judge's budget and just
And-
came out into its own budget. Judge
What's
Sir.
this number here?
I have no idea.
What's
what
this
she's
number
talking
here?
about.
That's
So
what-
he was,
That's both of these.
catch up.
and
Right, so
this.
if you add that and
You have
that
to-
together, then that's the number we approve total.
True,
Okay.
true. But there, it's not listed that way. It's listed as line items. They're not listed as a
After lunch.
salary amount that can be split up regardless how you want it. It's listed as definitions with titles attached to them.
But let's
I-
figure out here. Okay, so if we take the 58,063 and we add the 59,943 from last year's budget, because that was your salary at the end of the year, correct? The 59,943.
yes, 59,943.
Times 3% is 121,546.18. So that's what they have to work with. And whether or not Gary or Beth ends up one with 2% and one with 4%, or however it pencils out, it just needs to be 121,546.18 between the 2 of them.
Except for, you're adding 5%, you're adding 3% to the $5,000 stipend for the car. You can't.
It's not a $5,000 stipend. The salary was amended.
We amended the salary.
We amended his salary. We pay FICA
$5,000
on
a
it.
year.
We pay perf on it. We amended his salary. It's not a stipend.
Yeah, we raised his salary.
We raised
So
the
now
salary
it's
because
part of
they
his
took
salary.
away-
I voted no on that, but
So
that's where we
100
are today.
You said 121,000 something plus the
And we could
19.
do what we want.
Which is 145.
And she is not really a
7, which is
department
back
head
to the
then.
number that's on there.
She's
No,
just
judge
an
is her
I
employee.
just don't
She's
agree
just
with
an
the fact that
Okay,
since
I
the
was looking at that as,
individually,
she was
that
the
we are still
department
looking at
head.
that as a whole, because we don't do that.
It's
to
within
different-
82
I
cents
don't
of
think she should get more
3%.
than
What they've
3%,
asked for
period.
is within
Yeah,
82 cents.
All right, to drop it a
3%
dollar.
increase.
She has a company vehicle too.
Drop it
We
a
have
dollar.
department heads that we.
Then we make Judge Marshall drop it $2.
I'll
You
move,
have a company
we,
truck,
we
right?
approve
You
the
have a company-
drug court as written.
With the 5,000, she said reduced meeting.
I've got a question
Oh,
though. On the
oh,
vehicle that she
yeah,
has,
with
how
the
is that? fitting
meeting,
into
travel,
the-
and lodging reduced
It is
to
not a part of her
5,000.
compensation. It's not, if it were part of her compensation, then the county and she would have to pay
Mary,
fringe benefits.
we got a motion down here.
So that is something that the commissioners, it's just, it's for that job. It's not for the
For
employee.
the field office.
Parked and used when some.
Oh, so it's parked, it's not taken.
It's not a
Oh,
take.
no, it's not a
I thought- I
take-home.
thought it was a take.
Oh, no, we changed that,
And
yeah.
and most of the departments have changed that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my concern.
Change that.
Yeah, so this is, the way it's presented is a 3% increase between the two of them. It
If you
is slight-
subtract the dollar,
It's 82 cents off if somebody wants to,
subtract the dollar.
and,
Did the marshal, they did the judge marshal.
and it does make sense
they
to me
did.
that Judge Cirque would want to give more to one person who didn't just get a $5,000 raise 6 months ago. Jim has a motion on the floor. I'm not sure if anybody heard it. Would you like
Yeah.
to reiterate it with the meeting?
I move we approve the drug court as written, with the exception of meeting, travel, and lodging would be 5,000.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. I had two more funds. But the good thing about this is 2501, which is the drug court fund, is all user fees. And we just, per Office of Court Services, we have to establish a budget 40% of that amount. So that's what I've done.
Mission and flares.
Yeah.
Flares, that's.
It's called flare. I have no idea why that's, that's coming just across the board, so.
This isn't general fund, so
This is not a general fund, no,
I
this
move we
is,
accept 2501 as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Fund 8891 is a grant, so that's,
I move we
So
approve.
why is the part-time field officer going up 10% there?
well, that is just that's a grant. We don't even have a part-time field officer at this point. We have not hired that person.
Just trying to
We just have to
suck up
create a
all the
line
grant
item.
I
money.
move
Okay.
we approve
That's fine.
8891 as
Second.
presented.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Motion passed. Seconded.
Report, update on BJA grants. The feds still have not released funds for that grant, but it is sitting on my desk, ready to be submitted as soon as they open it up for me to submit. So,
Okay.
just to let you guys know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's either tackle 911, I like this.
It's behavioral health.
Well, behavioral health court.
Oh, I'm very listed. My-
Which,
my-
on the behavioral health court one, they have a part-time field officer, they're increasing 57%.
Yeah, that's a question.
So with the part-time field officer, we discussed it last year as well because we requested for a grant for, and that was denied. It didn't go through. And so then we put it on the 144 form to request for a full-time position, and we knew that that wasn't going to happen this year. And so then we just asked for basically more hours for our current field officer or another part-time position.
What's your hourly rate for that part-time?
Right now, he's getting paid 26.
And if you give that person more hours, is that going to make them a full-time employee?
Right now, he's between 24 and 25 hours a week, so we could really just only bump him up, 5 hours a week, and that's not really beneficial, so it would be another part-time position.
Part-time.
Yeah. And what we would utilize that for would be for field work, of course, and then beefing up the community service and the restorative justice practices for behavioral health court and opening that up to probation and problem-solving court and community corrections as well, because I think every program requests some community service hours.
That part-time line item is actually for the person there and an additional.
Well, the 35 from last year covers his current position. You know what I'm saying? The 20,000 would just basically be, the new position.
So that the commissioners approve a new position here?
It's part-time. They don't
Oh,
have to. They don't
Okay.
have to.
So it's our choice if we want another part-time.
We just want to raise the part-time, and then
Well,
she
they-
can do what she wants.
She do what she wants, but we
Yeah.
just.
How many
just
people
increase
are
it.
in
So this
the
would be one
program
place we
that's
could make a cut to get some, if there's no other place she has cuts in.
Well,
Yeah, they'd just be visiting the people less, right? They would be checking in less with the participants, is that right?
Yeah.
And how many participants do you?
So we're at 25 right now. We were at 34 at the beginning of the year, and we've graduated several. So that's exciting for us. But yeah, so it would be seeing them less, and best practices that you see them more frequently in order to help them stay in recovery and make sure that they are going to their meetings and doing the things that they're going to do or supposed to be doing, checking at work, seeing if they're at work, those kinds of things. Just help them stay on the right track. So.
How many of your people are they going to out of the county to check on?
Right now, I should have looked at that, but right now I think we only have like 3 or 4 that are outside of the county.
Yeah.
Most of our people are inside the county.
Yeah, their court's done better than
That's
drug
not
court.
like the
Drug court's been the
drug court is
problem.
Yeah, because I don't love
Behavioral-
spending taxpayer dollars to
Yes.
send people outside the county to
Yeah,
check on.
they've done, Judge Davis has done a good job keeping almost everybody in the county. There's been a few out.
2, 3, 4,
So,
5.
so far this
maybe.
year, how much meeting and travel have you used? Because right now, 7,000 is the biggest we've seen for just meeting and travel.
That's because they go all over the country for their
So meeting and
conferences.
travel,
They go to California.
I cut it from last year. If you saw that, Kent, I cut it down from last year. We went to California in 2024.
That's why I was asking, because my
And we
sheet
went to
says
Florida.
0. And so what did you use?
Because this
2020?
came out of DJ's budget. This one used to be in
Oh, okay.
DJ's budget, and they
So we
moved
don't
drug
know.
court and behavioral health court
Okay.
together.
Became our own thing. So
Okay.
it's only the second year that we've had a budget.
All right.
Going to California, is there not anything in state?
It's a national conference. It's the same conference that Beth referenced earlier. It's a national conference. It's in a DCP or All Rise. It's the Problem Solving Court Conference, and so it's just the national one. There's not like local ones to my knowledge, and so that's why this year we can cut some out of that because this year or in 2026 we're going to Tennessee, and so that's why I cut a portion of that. We did just get a grant awarded. I don't know exactly how much and what they're going to detail it in, but we got a grant for 13.5, and I think a portion of that will cover our travel and training as well. And so we could definitely cut that back a little bit.
Make a cut.
We'll make it to 5,000.
Okay.
5,000 on meeting, travel, and lodging, the dues and subscriptions.
I already put a note on here from when I was sitting out there listening to you all. That's something that I haven't utilized before, and so I put that I could cut it to 1,000 just because I haven't seen a need for it yet.
Okay.
But we could bump that down to 1.5. Like I don't know.
In office supplies, you're using 20, it says you're going from 1,000 to 2,500.
This year, because before we were coming, I was robbing Judge Davis's supply closet.
Okay. So we need to cut his budget on that,
And so I know when we first became our own budget last year, he cut his a little bit and gave us some, you know what I'm saying, for that. But yeah, I mean, we've been using, we have our own printer now, which we didn't have. So we were kind of using probation's paper at that time. So now we're like doing our own thing, like becoming a real department.
And on the drug
So
screens, how often are you screening participants?
we are screening participants at the minimum of most of our participants 2 times a week.
Okay, so you got 25 people, 52 weeks a year, twice a week, 2,600. How much does it cost per drug?
So it depends on what we do. If we do just a regular instant, it costs us $9.50 for an instant screen. It costs, if we do a confirmation, it can cost $15 if it's negative, $35 if it's positive.
You could cut the part-time budget for it.
So that's like a huge part of our budget is that drug screening.
I do drug screens.
Yeah, trying to do the math on that, Keely.
Here. So 25 people, twice a week for 52 weeks is 2,600 drug tests. Does that sound right?
Sounds,
A year?
yeah.
And then let's just say at $15, right? Something in the middle. That would be 39,000. So that's not right.
They're not charging that much.
Yeah. So
It's a couple bucks.
So at the 9,
Or $5.
so 2,600 at $10 is 26,000.
Yeah, it's like $4 or $5. $4.
$3 or $4?
That costs.
At cost, it costs us, like for forensic fluids, that's our company, it's an instant swab, it's $9.50
$9.50.
per test.
Which would mean 9,000 isn't near enough to.
Well, they're not testing, it's random testing. They're not testing them every.
Random.
We're testing them twice a week, random.
Oh,
Randomly.
Random.
So twice a week, that means
Oh, not every
20%
participant twice a week.
every participant twice a week.
I was having trouble making that math make sense. That's fine.
Yeah, so it is every participant twice a week.
Oh, it is?
It's random Monday through Friday. That's the random part.
That's why you take your drugs Friday night.
It's random Monday through Friday, but.
Yeah, that's why you take your drugs
two tests a
Friday
week.
night.
So how does
That's why we need the field officer position, so we can be active on Saturdays and Sundays and holidays to test them.
There you
First
go.
page yet?
No, we're still on it.
First page, Mary.
Okay, we're gonna finish up the first page.
What do you think about, instead of 55,000, just make it 45,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or do you
Did you
want
say, Jim?
I think Jim's ready to make a motion.
Make a motion,
if anybody's
Jim.
ready
Motion,
for it.
Jim.
I'll move that we accept the behavioral health court budget as written, except the part-time field officer would become 45,000. And, okay, and dues and subscriptions would be 1,000, and meeting, travel, and lodging would be 5,000.
I'll second that.
First and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now we're on to Fund 2509.
2509 is our user fund fees.
Okay.
So you added a drug court participant incentive.
Yes.
That's a new thing you added, okay.
But
That was coming.
Oh, it was? What was the amount in 24? 1,000?
Looks like they expended 975.
Yeah.
So they're tripling
So
it?
there was, yeah, it was 1,000.
But this is user fees. If they don't have the money in the user fees, it doesn't
We
get
don't use
spent
it.
then, right?
Well,
Right, okay.
I think these fees are coming from the probation department.
These fees are coming from our participants in behavioral health court.
So, and we're subsidizing them
Yeah.
from food and beverage.
What I don't like, let me tell you, is we're putting all of our training costs to travel nationwide in the county general, and we have a training budget from your user fees we don't use and then give the money back to the participants and incentives. It really seems more fair that some of those user fees should be covering some of these training costs rather than the taxpayers.
And much of that's subsidized also by the grants that we get for training.
That money goes into 2509?
No, what I mean is, like, it doesn't all come out of the county general for travel. Most of it comes out, we try to use the grant money first
They have a
before.
huge amount for travel also in their next fund you're gonna do.
They take a lot of people,
They spend a lot of money on travel. This is an issue.
Yeah.
This is why we
And-
need it in Indiana.
You know, I would almost go all the way to all travel has to be covered by user fees. And, you know, I don't want to not train people, right? I don't want people to not have adequate training.
But you don't have to go every year. You can go every other year.
But to give back the user fees to the users and then taxpayers pay for the travel, that doesn't make sense.
The incentives is for like staying sober and making progress, and so it's an important part. But
Well, how would you feel about this? Why don't we take all the meeting travel, we reduce the meeting travel and lodging in general from 7 to 5, but you have 10,000 for it in your problem-solving grant. Is that a grant you're saying you did or did not get?
we received 13.5. That's what was awarded to us. I have not seen the breakdown and what they're saying that we can use. And so the user fee fund, like if it's there, we use it. If it's not there, we don't use it, right? So if we don't have that much money in there.
And there's more incentives in, so I guess I just don't really like that. There's a lot of user incentives built in to the non-tax, you know, to the user fees, but then the taxpayers are bearing the expense of the meeting and travel. And it's in multiple, like Scott said, it's in 3 different budgets here. meeting and travel. So what do you guys suggest?
I like the idea of moving all of the meeting, travel, and lodging expenses into the grant. You might leave, it would be revising that first motion general fund and reducing that down to $1,000 and maybe use that just for meetings, which would be more local, and travel and lodging could come out of the going to.
Right.
Given it at $1,000.
Auditor has a question.
Did that, and I don't know exactly what it's going to
Statute
be.
For a lot of us says that the council has to provide money in the general fund for us to go to continuing education. I don't know if it's the same for the state, so you might have to leave just a little bit in there if there's a statute that's like that for your guys' branch of county government. I don't know.
Yeah, I would have to look and see.
Isn't there a fund that picks up travel?
There's a non-appropriated fund.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, if you go to a conference a year and $1,000 a head, and you're sending 8 people, which I mean, I don't even know why we'd be sending that many. You could send a few, and they report back the key elements they learned. I mean, you're talking about $8,000 total, $1,000 a head on 8 people. We've got, even after reducing that one, 5, 10, 19,000 across the 3. So you want to cut the general fund down to 1,000, and then,
Right.
That's still $15,000 training budget across 3 funds, if you think that that's necessary.
So I think when we look at the Problem Solving Grant, Fund 8885 for meeting, travel, and lodging, that was our proposed from last year, and that's not what we received from last year. So, it's the 10. Never mind. I'm following you.
So the Problem Solving Grant, you got 13,000 last year.
Mm-hmm.
This budget is for 37,000. If you were to get 13,000 again, what will you use that for in this budget?
So that's the thing. And I guess it was my error in not updating this, because you see the difference between the fact I thought that the adjustments had been made because I came back after we were awarded the grant and made the changes. You know what I'm saying? And it had it appropriated differently. And I did not look at this as closely as I should have, I guess, because I thought those totals were reflected in what it was last year. Right. So we got 13,000 last year too. 13.9 last year. And so, I don't know exactly what the breakdown's going to be, because they kind of tell us how we can use our grant. So I can't tell you if they come back and say you have $5,000 for meeting, travel, and classes or training, then we will be in a situation where we won't be able to, if we cut it all out of the county general.
Yeah, I'm leery about voting on Fund 885 because this is a budget 3 times what they were awarded last year. So I don't know. But
You want me to rework it and come back?
Yeah, but 885 is the grant. If they don't get the grant, then the budget we don't supplement it with anything else.
And that's fine. That's fine. But
They don't get it, they can't spend it.
should we vote yes on something that says 3 times what they got awarded last year, or should we try to minimize it, knowing that it's unlikely it'll triple this year?
What if you made the motion that they adjust the 37,500 to the grant amount as rewarded, which was 13,900? Is that correct?
Do you know what you're going to get next year?
Yeah, that's a 13.5.
Okay.
Oh, that is for 2026?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, not the
Okay.
Move it down to that.
Okay.
Reduce the budget to that.
Yes.
And don't tell them by line how they have to just.
Well, it's been approved by the state, so you assume that you would use.
Whatever it was,
Whatever
okay.
it was.
And then going back to user fees, if we reduce your meeting, travel, and lodging in general fund, then you will make sure from your user fees that you cover those necessary expenses before you do too many participant incentives, I assume.
Can you say that again?
Or if we reduce your meeting, travel, and lodging to something that's not gonna fly people to California, then you would have to come up with that through user fees or your grant, basically. And it would, I guess, be up to you whether or not you want to do that versus give these incentives that you've got line itemed. On the top line item for treatment fees, problem solving, what is that expenditure?
So an example would be that someone has lost their Medicaid insurance and they're in between insurances, and a requirement that behavioral health court has is that they are receiving therapy. We will pay for their therapy.
Okay. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then you also cover some testing there.
Mm-hmm. And the prevention and education was an add-in, and that's to fund the mental health awareness walk. We've done it annually, so that's what that's for. And then I moved the cell phones from here over to the general fund.
Well, I'm less keen to reducing your meeting, travel, and lodging in general, as much as I said, now knowing that you probably don't have any money, or I guess we don't know how much money you have out of the 13,000 for that.
Right.
So do we want her to report back the first week of August, or are you okay just over allocating funds for meeting, travel, and lodging?
I'm not okay with over allocating. We're quite sure that we are over allocating. And I don't like the idea of putting people on a wait and see, come back in a month. I'd rather just clean it up.
Well, we don't know how much of this 10,000 she got. This isn't right. This third page, if she got 5 or 10,000 for meeting, travel, and lodging, that's great. But if 0 of it's for meeting, travel, and lodging, and I'm trying to cut her to $1,000 in general fund, then that's not what I would do if she doesn't have any money for it elsewhere. Like,
Do you have that breakdown with you?
They don't give you.
For the grant, all they said for the award letter.
Yeah, so how you had written out for it to be spent?
They just said they gave us the 13.5. That's what we were awarded, that they would give us the details later. So that's.
Did you have to apply to it a certain way, saying
She might not know.
I did.
much per each line?
I did, but I asked for more than the 13.5. So I was given a part of the grant. So if I shot you numbers, they would not be based on what we received. So I'm totally okay with going back and reworking it so you guys have more numbers to make a good decision on.
I don't know what you guys want to do. I mean, I think what we have in here is too much for meeting, travel, and lodging. And how we want to go about it, I'm open to other people's opinions.
I'd like to cut the general fund amount down.
Yeah, me too.
And then let's wait out the grant and see if you get what you projected on your 88, 85. That later, if you go into all the places that you're going back, depending on.
Or you only send 2 people
Yeah,
instead
I don't know how
of
many
6
people you
people.
send,
8.
but-
They said 8, I think.
Yeah,
4?
that's,
Oh, it was only 4? Okay.
yeah.
Is it some kind of special training that they're required to have?
It's not a requirement, but it is where we learn about best practices and evidence-based standards so we can become, if we want the result of having a problem-solving court, that it works, then we need to be trained to be able to do that. And so that's where that training comes from.
4 people at
So one
1,500 a head
person.
is $6,000.
Give
She's
me a
got
buddy.
4,000 in her user fees. So I think we give her 2,000 in general, not knowing if any of it can be covered by the 3rd-page grant. That would be my suggestion with the limited
But we
information we
need
have.
a revised motion
Yeah.
to address general fund.
I'll make a motion to amend the previously approved amount in general fund for behavioral health court to amend the meeting, travel, and lodging item to 2,000 from 5,000.
Got a second?
Second.
There, you got it.
Favor?
Aye. And then, we didn't vote on 2509 yet, right? So I'll make a motion to approve 2509 as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then Greg can fill back in here. I'll make a motion on 8885 to approve the budget. What was your verbiage on that?
To approve the budget to the grant award amount of $13,500. Right?
Yeah.
With appropriations as outlined by the state.
Second.
That was my motion for the record,
Keely's
not Greg's. I just asked for.
Appropriations
I know, it's
outlined.
Keely's and I second that motion.
Changed.
Yeah, what was that last part with the appropriations outlined by?
The
state.
The state for
Yeah.
the grant.
And we have a second,
Yeah.
so, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, so we have addressed all three,
Yes,
budgets within the behavior.
yes.
All right, thank you.
All right, it's 12:07.
Okay, I'm gonna bring this up one more time, and then I'm not gonna talk about it anymore.
No,
We can listen to
Do
stomach
they have to
growl.
leave?
The first question is, does Deb and Mary have to leave for lunch? Because that's what I thought I heard.
Okay, so we just assumed, because there's a lunch break on the agenda, that we were going to be taking lunch. I think if you could give us 30 minutes, that would be helpful.
Okay, do you want to eat with us?
I don't, but thank you.
Either of you do? Or somebody else then? Nobody?
Amber's back here.
Do you need the same 30 minutes together, or could you alternate 30 minutes? It's a real question.
I think we could alternate.
Yeah, we could.
Because then we could we are what, an hour and a half behind, something like that?
Yep.
So if one of you was able to stay for documentation and then take turns leaving, we could work through lunch if that's what the rest of you want to do. I'm indifferent. I can be here all night. If we just want to take 30 and everybody go knock it out themselves and hurry back.
That doesn't work.
If you guys want to keep
minutes.
working, we'll work that
It
out on
takes
our
too long to
agenda
get
here.
the car and drive there and get back. You'll waste a half an hour.
Good thought, but doesn't work.
Yeah, we've.
I'd say
Have you
we
got
just
Jimmy
have something
John's
delivered and keep
number
going.
there?
Yeah,
And
I've
then
done.
Whoever does
that.
it has to step away.
I do if you
we're on
don't.
YouTube.
Okay, do they have, is it Jimmy John's that does the 30/3?
Yeah, well,
I
they
do
have
need
delivered
5
here
minutes to run.
before, so
It did deliver.
where they're coming and
Okay, let's
everything.
do that. So
Yep.
that's Jimmy John's.
There's DoorDash.
Don't get all turkey. Jim gets all turkey.
Hey,
I'm not
well,
letting
let's
Jim-
take a 5-minute break at least because.
guys go ahead.
No,
I gotta
because,
figure this out.
because you don't want to be on YouTube ordering if you have to give credit card
Yeah,
information.
this is recording now.
Well,
So you,
first let me find out.
Okay.
Yes, but I get.
okay, I just want, everybody needs to step away. And
Do you need help, Mary?
I always need help, Jim, but you're never around when I
You
need
can
you.
give me your credit card.
Greg wants turkey. I want turkey.
Well, I'm ordering half turkey and half ham, and you're gonna get what you get.
Oh, okay, all right.
Because there's 30 pieces.
And chip.
And chips.
Not just plain
Really
chips.
low
Throw some barbecue or something in there.
Because I have to give them some.
Sounds perfect. I gotta put that.
yeah, you don't
Tammy
want
will
to get
take one.
Over the weekend, I tried to buy like a $3,000.
I'll eat whatever.
Prime.
You probably couldn't do that. could
I
you?
couldn't do it, and it was Sunday, and I couldn't.
Oh, you're allowed to have a sandwich? Okay. It's not bribery.
Well, we'll take it. I just gotta figure out how to order it.
We are not taking
Let's
it.
see if we can get everything else.
Greg and Ryan Hartley are both, Ryan Hartley's down here right now.
Yes.
And that's
Well,
what this is.
I don't know when they're leaving.
Stop messing with it.
Call and do it.
If you want to argue, then do it 3%. You come argue. Oh, I think it should be 4. I should be 5.
I think most everybody.
Yeah,
What are we not?
Okay.
we are cutting
Okay,
more
thank
now
you.
than we've ever.
Well,
this
we
is the
want
most
you up
cutting
here,
I've
because
ever
I
done
want to
since
get
I've
you.
been here.
I know, I voted yes on everything
But
but one.
right, but we've got
Now,
about a year
now,
or two
I
from now,
have,
we've got
I
problems
have
coming.
consulted
And
with,
that's what we're trying to clean up ourselves.
Robert.
We're gonna
He
have to
says
cut
that you're
the new
okay,
bill.
even
SB
though
bill.
some of the numbers are
feeling okay?
screwy, but I believe
We're
her.
down to what the
That she
doctors
knows.
say a person should weigh, and that, I've never been there
He's
in my life.
he's on a diet. It's
I've
not,
never
he's- he
been
doesn't-
there.
He's not sick. He's not
Doing
sick.
the Herculean.
So-
Herculean.
Yeah.
You can get them and
Now,
sell them
now, now,
down. Coke Bottle Works.
in here
Oh,
that, well, let's go through, since you're standing right there.
I was at a point right in
Let's
December
see,
before I went to
shift, no
We have
change.
7.
my son and daughter-in-law just had
Guess not.
So are we in a break right now, Mary?
For supplies,
One little one. It better be a little. He can answer in 2 seconds. Yeah.
I'm just gonna make sure.
Free.
Well, we have a quorum. Almost.
Oh, Deb just left.
We lost.
Oh.
Where'd she go?
Here, I'll go over there.
Where'd Deb go? Someone's got to sit down.
Thank you for nothing.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and start.
We're back loud. I just wanted to make sure.
Okay. All right, we're going to hear the bill for 911. Anybody have anything to say?
Yes. Robin Louder and I have spent a lot of time with John, and even though his numbers are jockeyed all over the place, we are willing to swear that he's giving a 3% raise to everyone and nothing over that.
And I have a question for John.
Yes.
John, since we gave those raises at the end of the year, how many people have you lost? 'Cause
0.
you were losing people.
0.
0.
0.
Great.
We just hired our last 2 to fill out our last 2 open positions.
So what we did help.
Yes.
So I move that we accept 1222 and 1235 as written.
I second that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? It passes.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you for the hard work up front.
Thank you for being on our board too, so appreciate that.
You're welcome.
That's everything. Okay, is the extension office here?
Extension office?
Yep. Yep, there she is.
So she's switching bookkeeper and office manager, it looks like. Adding bookkeeper, eliminating office.
That had previously been approved prior to this. And it was just the title change. Instead of calling it office manager, we changed it to bookkeeper a few months ago. That was approved. So office manager is out.
Can you go through the office supplies? That's a big office supplies.
Yeah, so it is a big number, and I'll be honest and let you know that this is the first year that I've covered our budget as the director. And we have been short-staffed, and so the budget rolled, I looked at the numbers, but the budget did roll over. We do use a lot of our office supply money. In fact, I believe we had to transfer money from one line item in the past to the office supplies. We do have a lot of programming that we do in our office in all 3 program areas, plus our extension homemakers and our master gardeners. We provide some of those products for them as well.
Yeah,
Well, the
'cause it says
raises
it was-
are less than 3%.
says
so-
it was 11.3 is what they used 2024, and this is for 2026, so 13 isn't.
Yeah.
The mileage is.
The mileage is mine.
Is the big one. It's more than double. So is there a reason why we're using more than double mileage?
The mileage has been set at that rate in the past, and so I pulled the mileage over. I'm happy to cut some off of our mileage. We obviously do use a lot of the mileage because all 3 educators in our office are traveling across the state. We don't typically travel out of state,
Right.
but we are using a lot of mileage.
Well, it looks like in 2024, they said 12,000, you used 7,000. Even if we took it back to 2024, that's a $3,000 cut. Is that enough, or is that?
I think 12. I think that's fair.
Okay, so if we took 3,000 out of that, made that line item 12,000.
And they have their own janitorial, it says janitorial supplies, so that doesn't do stuff.
Well, they're out.
Okay.
They're not, yeah,
All right.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's
they're
my
not-
assumption.
They're not around here.
Okay.
Hey, if there's nothing else that anyone wants to ask her,
I would move that we accept the county extension services budget as presented with the exception of mileage, which would go to 12,000.
I'll second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Budget approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Health Department.
Hello.
Hello. I just, I'll start. I get the health officer with a 3% raise would be 56,650. So it's overstated by just a little.
So from the 55,000?
From the 55,000 will be 56,650.
Yeah, we have the same amount,
Okay.
so.
Sorry.
That's all right. because-
56,650?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we got their FICA, group insurance board members.
Group insurance, FICA perv.
Your attorney contractual, is that just a number you put, you don't spend nearly that much?
Well,
looked
it
like.
depends. There's certain ongoing court cases that we have, or, he sends letters for us. He does, different hearings for us. And so it's kind of it's hit or miss what we will spend in a year, depending on what's going on.
Okay.
I know. Attorneys are making a killing.
Could you cut a little from it?
It's too much. I mean, as a lawyer, just too much, all these attorneys, we gotta figure out a way to, whether it be in-house counsel or something. I mean, something in the future's gotta change on that.
Can the attorney contractual go down, though?
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
that's what
It's like every department.
Can, I mean, there's
Can we cut a
potential to cut their,
cut a couple
there's,
thousand out
yeah,
of it?
and then, there's always a chance that I might have to come back, but it all depends on what
Right.
is going on. So, but I that would be fine.
And that was in the attorney contract.
Contract.
Down
do
331206.
you use the same attorney every year and you sign a contract? I mean, that's what makes me think.
Yeah,
with
yeah. So
contractual.
Greg Morlock is Brandon Morlock. If he can't cover something, one of the attorneys there does.
So we use Brandon Morlock for the planning department. Obviously, it sounds like we use the health department. Maybe we need to have a contractual agreement with that firm or go out there, I compete against them, so I can't go, but go out there and find a firm that can do all these things and have them all bid and have one contractual agreement to do multiple departments if Banky can't do all these things. I mean, we gotta look at because the planning departments, wait till you see their attorney fees, how much they've gone up.
Or is it possible to get a county attorney that is part of a group that could do all of it?
Yeah.
Well, still like for HR though, they would not want.
Well, yeah, you'd have, like, if she had a problem with, if the attorney had a conflict, then you would have to have a line item just in case she has to go somewhere else. But I don't think she would, because they're outside, you're doing outside, ain't nobody inside you're being sued, right? It's all outside.
Correct.
Have you worked with Scott Binky at all about some of these issues?
We have not. I mean, Brandon Morlock has been the health department attorney since long
Ever?
before I even started. So it's just been.
It also, though,
Everybody's.
our commissioner left, and that commissioners would have to initiate.
Yes, they'd have to initiate, but this is
And we can't do
something
that
else.
today.
No.
Right.
It's just something
But we
that's
can lower this
concerning.
number today.
Exactly.
Well, the council is statutory allowed to have their own attorney as well.
Yeah,
Right.
that's the person that'd be sitting there right now.
Yeah. And
It doesn't have to be the same as.
No, it doesn't have to be
Yeah.
Scott Banky.
But let's focus on what we got in front of us,
We
so
don't
maybe we
need
can
it.
make up some.
Can we
numbers.
cut it by 4,000?
Your
That
your
be-
postage line item doesn't seem to get used
Four's
at
fine
all.
with me.
Is that
Jim
just
had
an
said
old?
6, but- or Kent-
I
somebody said
typically
6.
do a claim or two a year for $500 or $1,000 for the postage
We hate
machine,
our
because we started
attorneys.
using that a couple of years ago.
So we could cut that to 1,000.
We could try, sure.
Which one? Postage?
Postage,
And cut that to what?
1,000. And then, I'm sorry, what did you guys do with the attorney contractual?
We cut it in half.
4,000.
4,000. And I don't even see, where's postage there? So you're making postage be what now?
1,000.
1,000.
She hasn't used it, so.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to read off the revisions that we addressed, which is attorney contractual 31,206, reduced to 4,000. Postage 32,100, reduced to 1,000. Does anybody have anything else they want to
And
address?
the health
The health
officer.
officer.
Yeah, that $50.
Oh, yes, and the, yes,
Yep.
$56,650.
Get that? I make that as a motion.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
I think maybe it might speed us along, Mary, if you just state it and then
Okay.
maybe just make a
Yeah,
motion.
okay, that's fine.
Did you have anything in CCD?
No.
Thank you.
The next fund, the next fund's Health First Indiana, that's the state thing, right?
Mhm.
Well, so the state cut that, are you proposing the correct level at 1,000,010 after the state cuts?
Yes, because of the carryover funds from 24 and what we'll have left from 25, we are not out of bounds with 20. But the amount we will get for 26 is 417,483. So the budget is over that amount that we will receive for 2026, but I have that in carryover cash balance from 24 and 25. So.
So the jail navigator, has that position ever been filled? Yeah. It's filled?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so it's,
It's filled, and we have agreed to fund that at least through 2026. We felt like we could do that with some carryover funds, and then we'll have to, I'm not sure that we can continue that, but we will do that for 2026. And that's its own line item down there at the very bottom, 12017, or it's at the bottom of my list, but.
I want to make sure I heard you. So you're saying the grant into 1161 is how much?
For 26, it is 417,483.
Difference between 417 and 1,210,000 is you are using prior funds.
Yes.
Which will burn through at the end of 26.
Potential, yeah, I mean.
What do we do in 27 if we would try and maintain a $1.2 million budget?
Well, if we used all of that, we wouldn't be able to. We would go back to what the actual, and so for 27, the legislation is that 417,483 again. So that's what was voted on. So we will get that same amount in 26 and 27. So we would just adjust the budget. If we use that cash balance, we would just not.
So why would we have an artificial line called 500,000 operating expenses?
Because that gives us leeway to do things like any programming, or we did CPR classes, or any other expenses. I mean, it's kind of a catch all.
But why not have that at 250,000 and then sustain your other funds into 27, not just 26?
What he's saying is
Do that.
save some of them for the next year after.
you don't use it, you retain it anyway.
Right, because I guess we look at it as it's easier to have it appropriated already and be able to use it, but potentially not have the intention to use it all in 26. But if we came upon a situation, good Lord, like COVID or something, we would have funds already appropriated, then we wouldn't have to go through all of those steps to get the money appropriated, I think, is kind of the thought process.
That's fine. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. It's there, it's not going anywhere. You'll use it if you need it, you'll save it if it's left.
Yeah.
Yeah, just have to be cognizant that it shouldn't all go to 400,000 next year. If you have this much left.
Correct.
It doesn't have to go to 400,000. You can stretch this out for 2 or 3 years.
We hoped beyond that. Yes.
The 417 is only insured at least 2 years.
It could go to zero.
After that, it may be zero.
Could be zero, yes. Yeah, the intention is that this will hopefully get us further.
I'll make the motion that Fund 1161, Health First Indiana, is approved as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
1206.
1206 is one of the funds that we used to get funding for, but because we get the Health First dollars, we no longer get funding to this account. So it's basically just, we use it until that cash balance is gone, and then we, yeah.
What is the current cash balance?
I don't have that written down.
We went through it. There's quite a bit there. In here someplace. Here it is.
Balance 194,838.
All right, then, so do we have
Move
a,
to approve Fund 1206 as presented.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion
Who
passed.
seconded that?
Kent.
Kent. Fund 4100.
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Fund 8908.
This is the same situation as the local health, or the trust account. We don't get funds to it because we get the Health First dollars.
Move to approve.
Second.
Should we find out what balance is?
No,
What's the cash balance?
I mean, we can do that
Way
another
over
time.
64.
I'm trying real hard to keep this thing going.
Who seconded that?
I did.
Oh.
I did, Robin did. Whoever.
122,265.
That's plenty. All right, call for.
Call for the question.
I did. Oh, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Good.
Yeah. That's what that means.
Well, I know, but I thought we were done.
The Bioterrorism Fund of 8909.
So this decreased, but we get our funding from it's a reimbursement grant that we get, and that funding decreased. And we no longer have the part-time contractual, because in Health First dollars, we now have a full-time preparedness coordinator, so we didn't need that contract position anymore. So
This is currently negative 2,000?
yes, that, and because it's reimbursement, so yep.
And that one is negative.
Yeah.
Move to approve 8909.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
CARES Act 8955.
This is another one we don't receive any more funds into. This is COVID reimbursement, some different things that the state did with grants
How much
and
is in
things.
that fund?
8955.
It's more than 500.
$995,000.
Move to approve Fund 8955 as
Second.
presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry we're so delayed.
Hey.
HEDC, do we even have to approve anything? He didn't submit anything.
No, there's no budget. That's that 5% fee that he received.
So we
Yeah,
skip on that.
And I don't know if we have. an
We
estimate of
probably
what-
ought to go ahead and appropriate that, then we won't have to appropriate it. And it's about 705,000 projected for 26. So I would move that we appropriate 705,000 for HEDC.
Do you know what the total is right now?
Oh, wait a minute. Am I on the wrong thing?
No, we're on HEDC.
It's a 5% fee.
It's the 5% fee, but.
It's an estimate. We have no idea what we're.
Yeah.
Just say you can make a motion to approve the 5% fee, right?
Yeah, I don't know if I want to say an exact number because we
You
don't know what it is.
Well, that's the projection, 705,000. Then as it comes in, we won't have to appropriate it each time if we do it that way.
Unless it's.
Do we want to
Last
appropriate
year.
a number that we don't know what the,
Well, what if we appropriate equal to 2025, Jim, and
Yeah.
have some buffer?
yeah,
That would be a good idea.
662,000.
Yeah, I make a motion that we appropriate $662,863 for 1149.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay,
Gary Poole.
Let's see.
Where are we?
Like Gary Poole.
I don't know what's not.
We're up to 11 o'clock.
Oh, hang on, I've got to turn the HDMI on.
Thank you. Okay.
Our ledgers are.
Is it even an increase to the general fund?
I move that we appropriate the Cume Bridge Fund 1135 as written.
Second.
What's, was it, I don't know where I have some questions on some of these.
Okay, let's
The
get through
Cume
the
Bridge
one.
is
So
separate.
my question was, what is Bridge 67 DES? All of a sudden, it's 1.6 million, it came out of nowhere.
That's federal grant.
Okay,
All the DES numbers are all federal.
okay, that's my question, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Yes, I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries for Fund 1135.
Move we approve local road and street 1169 as
Second.
written.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right, so on
1160.
1173, that one, what is RDIMPAR-low hut?
Just put it back there.
Anybody know what that is? Because that was a massive increase.
When did you say, Scott?
It's the first one on 1173, RDIMPR-low hut.
I'm gonna guess that's some of the crossing grant, but I don't know. It could just be materials. Is Gary?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're hearing this, Gary? Your mic's off.
I can hear. So the question about the first line on 1173,
Yeah,
can they see the presentation I have up?
Yeah.
yeah, I see you.
Okay. Are we talking about this line right here, part-time?
The RDIMPR-low hut,
Fund 1173.
3.5 million.
What line item?
The 3.5 million,
2,300.
2,300.
That's for materials for pavement and chip seal and crack sealing. That's for all the materials we buy for the road crews to repair roads.
so it's gone, the price has gone up 800,000, or are you doing a lot more?
What did he say?
Oh, he's wanting to know if that's just an increase in the price, or how does MBH get
Kim asked me the
funded?
question he's asking. It's troubled 3 years. What is he asking, Kim?
This is a restricted.
This is restricted, right?
Restricted.
This is restricted. This is all for materials.
Materials.
Did the cost of material go up, or are you using more material?
wanting to know if the cost of material went up or are we using more material?
It is going up, and we are using more.
Okay.
In general, if you look at the first slide, I will try to put as much money into the roads as we can each year.
Okay.
So if you look at this slide,
I move we approve 1173 as written.
All in
at
favor?
1173.
Aye. Motion carries.
1173.
I try to keep it, yeah,
It's passed.
173 here. I try to keep it full.
Okay, under MVH, you're giving a 3% raise.
Percent raise.
MVH.
Total, looking at your
Correct.
summary sheet.
We have to make a correction to the 144, but it's going to be a 3% raise over last year's.
And the county engineer and director gets less than 2%. So I'm going to recommend that we add another $10,000 to the RDC budget for the line item, I think it's called stipend, that would go to the county engineer.
We did that last year, correct?
Yes.
So it'd be the same.
It'd be additional,
But this would be,
An
I'm
additional,
proposing an additional 10,000.
additional 2,000.
additional 10 over the 10 that we will still be giving him?
Yes.
Yes, for RDC, the work he did.
Well,
Wouldn't that be a decision for ODC to make?
yes.
Well,
Well,
we can put it in
we
their
approve it.
budget,
Right.
but they could.
Then the RDC would have to okay it, but we can put it in the budget. They don't have to
Did
agree
we
to.
say the department
I'll
head?
So
second
based on that, I would move that we approve Fund 1176 MVH as written.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
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 So the motion carried 4-3?
Yeah.
Pass it as written.
We probably should do a roll call.
Yeah,
then.
could we do
Let's
a
do-
roll?
Yeah, let's start
do a
this
roll call.
again.
Okay.
Let's do the motion and do a roll call.
Before you roll call it, can make sure I understand, why are 3 people opposed to passing it as written? What is the?
My objection is that the engineer is not getting the 3%, but other staff members are getting more than 3% on the
Oh.
total
Oh.
salaries.
He
And I
took
said-
part of his
yes.
and rolled it in.
Yeah,
and
so the
that-
department
he's giving up
head
his
chose
money
to
to
give
give
more of his allocation to his employees. Jim's suggesting that we compensate for that in the
With the
RDC's
10
budget. Is that,
RDC
am I following correct?
I don't know, is that why
Yeah.
you're
Yeah,
wanting
that's why
to
he
give him an
wants to do
additional
that.
10? If we do that,
well,
then that means all of his
I
employees
just
are gonna
think
get a
we
raise
need
above
to
the
give
3%.
the
and-
county
and he gets a raise.
engineer a raise.
That was my
I
understanding.
think the market for him
That's his
is,
choice, Jim.
But he could have taken the
He could
3%
have taken
raise.
the 3%.
I know,
Well, I think
that's
we
a separate proposal from this. This is just
Now, this
the way
is,
it's written.
this is 1176 right here.
Right.
And he's taking 1.9%.
And that's okay there. That's okay there. I'm just,
Well,
Okay.
as you know,
I shouldn't have confused it.
my objection,
error. I'm
we're
taking a
talking
0
about
on
him
the
getting the
144
1.9, and then my objection to
from
this
1176.
is that as time goes by, one of these days, Gary may want to leave, and if he does, that if he's done that for more than 1 year in a row, and if we keep doing that, we're going to run that engineer's salary down, and if we'd ever need to replace him, then we'd probably have to come up with quite a bit more money, because every year he's not getting the full raise.
So really, we've never had to bring this up before, but in theory, we're saying that a department head cannot allocate any of
No.
their own raise to their
No,
department.
they're supposed to take 3%.
Yeah, and, yes, and the reason being is Gary has the luxury of being able to spread some of that money out because of the pay level he is at. You could go down to the auditor, or the treasurer, or whomever, whose basic salary does not give them the ability to give away their raise just so that they keep up competitively on their own salary. So I just don't think it's the right thing to approve, even though it's a generous offer. I think the 3% is, he can divide that how he wants to do it amongst the people and give one a 4 and somebody else a 2, but the total is 3%.
Okay, I see what you're
Employees should
saying.
get 3% each.
Gary should just buy people lunch more often that work for him, is basically.
Take them out to dinner. Yeah, take them out to dinner.
Taco Bell. We only do Taco
Taco
Bell.
Bell.
Duck Highway.
So we had a motion, but I'd like,
Well, that motion died
I was
because,
gonna say, I'd
or no,
like
I'm sorry, it
us to-
passed. It did pass. It was 4-3, right?
yes, but then we decided to call for roll.
Call the
And
roll.
then we had a discussion. So do we want to call roll again, or do we want to revise the?
I think we want to revise
I
it
think you
to
want to revise the
3%.
motion because the one's passed, so you
one's
can't
passed.
recall the roll on that.
It
It
didn't
did
pass.
pass 4 to
Gotta
3.
start again.
Well,
Yeah,
but
you start
then we
over.
wanted to
But
verify.
you want
whether-
another motion to
So,
verify
as the
that.
new person here, here's my opportunity for a question. If, love Gary, love his work, great things, let's say we're gonna give him $10,000 out of RDC. But we're not gonna do that to other department heads. Are we gonna give Deb
Well, Gary
$10,000
does extra
because she gave everybody
Right.
else?
What Gary does on the
All of it,
RDC is no one else.
He's our
does.
consultant.
I understand that. Outside looking in, taxpayers are still gonna see it as, or when somebody comes and says, hey, I'm gonna lose my department head, my office manager for $12,000, well, we don't wanna budge off that middle of the year. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Okay, well, then we'll
It's-
make the decision on that specific case. It's a case-by-case scenario.
Agree, but I'm saying if we're trying to make standards, set standards and go with them, this now seems outside.
I
of this.
agree.
Well,
If
you
you
can't,
took
you can't
the
set
3%.
standards if you're not doing apples to apples.